Gonna be an interesting day. Alrighty, going live with some Tales of Bersaria. Be sure we just got a small cat who likes water. Twitch link will be applies. VTuber, Automatubers. Tales of Edgelord 6. Then I'll need up and up. Grab that. There we go. Then what else is going to come to pass here? Also seems kind of loud, but best way to tell would be this, so. Yep. Then Twitch. Open up the stream. There we go. Not the loudest for the moment, but probably might get worse down the line. I think part of it is just that I'm going to be quiet, but that's bound to happen, unfortunately. Let's just get everything tidied up and then get all the advertising done out of the way. Hey there, Nom. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're having a good evening so far. And welcome very much to the freezer. How are things going so far? Admittedly, I'm a touch late just because I forgot to eat dinner and was setting something up for possibly later. We'll kind of have to see. But just making sure to get all my advertising nonsense done and out of the way at the moment. Let's go for a swim before eating some buns. I am a bit quiet. Okay, yeah, I was kind of thinking that. I'm not entirely certain if there's any louder that I can go. I think that's just my kind of raspy voice for the moment. Maybe as I actually get talking, because I haven't said anything like all day. Unless that Windows update fucked with something. Because it has a tendency to do that. Microphone. I don't remember where I actually had that boosting set up in. Sound. Let's see. Yeah, that's the right one. Yeah, I'm not 100% certain what to say on that one. To be honest, not. I think it's mostly just me being a bit quiet, so maybe once I get talking it'll be a bit better. Get like the throat muscles going and all that, so should be fine either way. If not, then it'll just be ASMR mode, and you can listen to me kind of just whisper into your ears, and hopefully you can enjoy that. At least what limited ASMR that I can get done with this mic. But maybe in the future, because those mics are definitely, definitely a bit of an investment. Let's see here. Tales of Bersaria. Quiet in terms of music, but not bad. Then I guess just to balance it out a little bit, then I'll just turn the music down for now. We'll probably have to worry about that once we get into the game too, just because I know Tails gets a little bit loud overall. Also, I did add in a new redeem. You don't necessarily have to grab it now, but it's there if you want to just check out its description and such. Unfortunately, being late to my rough advertising, I'm a little bit behind, but now it's not a huge problem. We kind of just go as long as we feel like it on days like this. Alright. Where else do I normally punt this? I guess I'll just mainly have to not whisper at all, I guess if that's the case, and just kind of work on my voice projections. That should be fine. We'll get there in time. Let's see. Get rid of that. Let's just get all of these out here. And we can actually get on to the game here. I guess as a fun little note, I did actually get Ragnarok Online working finally. So, might be an option that we can take down the line. Let's see, where else do I put this normally? Yeah. Not clog up everything. There we go. That's better. Down for watching an Arrow stream. Well, we'll definitely have to see how it goes, because it looks like they've added a few extra things, as well as a new race that can only do one class, but that was weird actually seeing a new race for that game. I think that's all of the base advertising done, so let's grab Steam. And I'll probably just keep the headphones in for a little bit while I'm doing this, just because I'm probably gonna have to adjust it to go to whatever happened to my voice, I guess. Because I'm not sure if really boosting it inside of just specifically boosting inside of OBS will be super helpful or not, but oh, I hit new game by accident. Back. Let's see here. It's kind of sounding alright for the moment, at least. But
look at this.
I'd imagine once we get into some fights, that'll become the bigger problem.
Wow, they found a whole bunch.
Scout ship setting
May as well
sail.
keep going on that one. Let's see. Yeah, it should be good for the moment at the very least. It's more so going to be a problem once we actually hit the, once we hit battles, it'll be interesting, but for the moment it should be fine.
We could use a place to stay. Yep.
Yeah, welcome to Tales of Bersaria. We kind of just ended up in a seaside town, so we're kind of just looking to progress the story with a grimoire here. Thankfully, the seductive kitty. How am I doing tonight?
I could stay and watch.
I'm a little bit tired, admittedly. I was half falling asleep during work today, but I think that's just general being low energy Jude, and I can't really avoid that, unfortunately.
No, what?
I kind of need to get a lot of stuff done in short amounts of time, so I might be working a bit too hard, but...
Yes, satisfactory.
Or at least outside of actual work. Actual work is boring as all hell, and then I have to rush after actual work to get it going.
We'll leave you two alone then. Let us know if anything comes up.
But other than that, I'd say I'm doing fine. Just kinda trucking along. Don't worry, Non. Don't worry, Non. I will. I do try my best because I've had some issues in the past where I have actually caused some issues doing that, but we're definitely better now.
Listen, I don't know what they told you in Isolt, but our village has its own traditions.
And I think it's also just because of summer being here that I'm just going to be a lot lower energy than normal.
A line of his priestesses have guided us. They're tasked with performing,
Which is unfortunately unavoidable since I am just a walking snowman.
his words and will. And there's still a priestess today? Of course. And her
So any of the issues with heat is mainly just because of the fact that I'm hotter than most other people in general, which I found is both a blessing and a curse, where winter isn't necessarily a problem,
An exorcist named Teresa came and heard us out.
but summer is generally an issue, and I'm very comfortable to hug apparently, so that's always a bonus.
Demanded that we worship her god, Inominat. In all the years we've worshipped Aminoch, not once did we ever try to force others to adopt our beliefs. Why haven't I seen this priestess she's talking about?
Okay, so it's definitely audible for the actual voices in the game, but... yeah, it kind of just ended up being a benefit of being a little bit warmer than normal. But obviously summer becomes an issue, in which case I just deal with it. Where are you supposed to talk to around here? Oh, Rokra. Hello.
So she digs being called teacher. Well played, Laphicet.
She wasn't so fond of ma'am, so I guess he figured he needed an alternative.
You can tell how badly he wanted to help her with the languagey work.
I guess as an additional option, I didn't quite get it downloaded in time for tonight's stream, but I did start downloading Monster Hunter World onto this PC as well, just because it would be nice to get into that again.
Couldn't tell you.
And I don't... like, I would like to play Rise on stream, but I don't have a capture card yet. Although with Twitch's payouts now, I could probably afford one. So I guess I'm gonna have to start looking into that.
Yep, and that includes you, as I'm sure you've noticed.
Boy. But Monster Hunter is always a fun time overall, just because the weapons are always interesting. Thank you, thank you. I've noticed a quirk with the payouts is, the payouts all come out in US dollars, so sending US to a Canadian is a good thing, and I wasn't quite expecting the number that it showed on my end.
Straight up taking it over? Not a lot of so-called reason to that.
More so in just like a Jesus Christ
Some other
kind of way.
Shrug.
Yeah, it definitely works, just it's odd. Because I know with our exchange rate right now, I believe we're still kind of hovering around like a 0.75, roughly.
It sounds like the
So
Prepare to
it ended up being a little bit of a benefit for us at least getting American dollars, but it's always awkward when you have to pay American dollars.
It's not just a matter of
Thankfully, I've avoided the other half, but
Oh, then
definitely
how
a
is that
bit weird to deal with.
I'm not sure about the specifics myself.
Getting a notice from Twitch like, hey, by the way, here's some stuff.
Do it a lot of it.
a language based on guesswork? Thanks, old dead people. You're officially the worst.
Boy. Alright, kind of figured that was the last one, so I put the controller down anyways. Let's see what Grimoire and Laphicet have to say.
Oh, ancient Avarost. You have the obstinacy of a spurned lover who refuses to move on.
Alright, Grimoire.
For you, teacher?
Getting saucy already.
It's this one crucial line. I can't wrap my head around it.
Also, I'm just gonna grab my water. I just kind of left it on the other table. I won't need to move mic or anything, but
What you've taught me
model
so
might
far,
freak out a little bit.
looks like it says Saw, Popo, Mucho, Sanchon.
Correct, but if you merely translate it word for word,
Boy.
it ends up saying, the parent hates tomatoes, the child eggplants.
Hmm.
Doubt those have much to do with Innominat. Yeah.
Their grammar is nothing like ours. Sometimes you have to reorder the words, and even then the meaning can require leaps of logic and flashes of intuition.
So it's gibberish then. That's kind of an awkward way of putting it.
Pocho, Pocho. Pocho Musan, Pocho Musan. Can you read it that way?
Pocho Muson. Now where did you get that from?
These words are lined up, like they repeat. And when I read this part that same way, it just felt right.
Look at this smart little guy.
Pocho Muson. If that's repeated here, then the passage turns into the Nameless Empyrean.
Empyrean!
Ho ho, that has to refer to Innominat. I think we're on to something.
Yay, a breakthrough because of
Apply this
Laphicet's intuition, of all things. Don't necessarily expect it from the little guy, but he's definitely up there in terms of knowledge.
It's not about Innominat?
Also, I forgot that we just put the halo on him, and it's just kind of being held up by his little, hair twinge. So that kind of works out for the best for now.
I wonder if they've made any progress yet.
Shall we go check on them?
Alrighty. Go over here. Hello, strangers behind the building. Are you peeping on the child and the cat? Hey.
Do you plan on just giving up?
Huh.
Palamedes is Amenoch's temple.
I wasn't quite expecting to be able to talk from them here.
Protect that temple.
Oh.
It's the duty of everyone born in this village.
Why did the Abbey need Amenoch's temple badly enough to risk causing this much unrest?
But how will
Right.
we protect our village from the demons if the Abbey abandons us? Besides, we won't be able to do business with the people of
Let's see. Let's just correct the camera.
Amenoch has nothing to do with the demons.
There we go.
Priestess gets back.
Just that way it looks like I'm actually looking at the screen.
Demon blight changed everything. Will we never be able to return to the way things were?
The way things were.
Well, you can blame Artorias for pretty much all of that. Like, by all means, it's cool that he was able to at least, like, get some extra fighting tools to fight the Demon Blight, but all things considered, it kind of feels like he just ended up making things worse to only have a tool to make it better, possibly. It's a kind of a weird combination between what actually happens in the game and what you can kind of think of just outside of everything, which I always found a little bit odd. Oh, there's a chest up here. Hello. Now then, can I just... Okay, good. Now where does it actually want us to go? No. Something's preventing you from using that. Oh. In the inn. Gotcha. You'd think they would actually put a little star on the inn to actually go there, but that's fine. In here. There we go. That's better. Hello. What'd you find?
Well, any results? Yes. Well, thanks to the boy here. As it turns out, he has quite the knack for languages.
Only because I've got the best teacher.
Careful, honey tongue. You'll give this old girl ideas. Huh? Now, child.
You really
I'm
don't
sure
expect her to be that
this is
saucy,
on the
right?
Why don't you read it
Like, you
aloud?
get the voice, and you kinda get it, but she's a tiny cat.
Song?
Eight-headed is the lord of the land, with
Oh
7
dear.
mouths to devour malevolence.
I really hope we don't have to fight that later, because that's gonna be basically an Orochi fight in this game.
4 Empyreans may tear him asunder, but so long as there is one receptive to divine power, Therians shall be forever reborn in
Oh.
sight of the full crimson moon.
Oh,
The
so that's how
nameless
Velvet came to be then.
one heart. The nameless Empyrean
Because
have
Velvet
one
came about during the Red Moon when Laphicet was originally sacrificed.
Essentially, this ancient text you
That's
found
good to know.
is an annotated volume of drawings and songs pertaining to Enominat.
But that does kind of indicate that there's a link between Velvet and Enominat.
Then hurry up and just tell us what it means.
I'm sorry. So far, we've only figured out how to read the song lyrics.
All right.
Hey, patience. She's finally learning it.
Even for a good long wait before it's thoroughly decrypted.
Likely so, but if we want to find out what the Abbey is up to, we need to know what's in this book, no matter how long it takes.
And good older brother Rokuro. And her trying to scheme.
Up to, is it? I think we can learn much, even from the lyrics alone. The drawings depict him with 8 heads. One of them belongs to his main body, but the other 7 are his mouths. Those mouths consume malevolence, sending it along earth pulses back to that main body so he can awaken. The 7 monsters fitting that description are called
Therians.
Right. Now as for this malevolence, I have no idea what that means.
It's probably just the random demons roaming about, but...
What about the second part?
I haven't studied much ancient history, but it said this world was created by 4 Empyreans. Earth,
Why am I
water,
getting a
wind,
work
and fire.
message?
But they also call Enominat an Empyrean.
Hey.
Perhaps a war broke out between Enominat and the other
There
Empyreans that
we go.
resulted in him being sealed away. But if there is someone to connect with this divine power,
Boy.
Therians will keep spawning. And just like that, Enominat will be revived. If we assume that Shepherd Artorius fits that bill, and that he's trying to reawaken Enominat, everything lines up.
So...
Which means our job is to find these Therians and cut off Enominat's heads, so to speak.
Oh, it sounds like we got some boss fights ahead of us then. Kinda like the idea.
The song states that the Therians and Enominat's body are connected through earth pulses.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to
Job is to feed
follow the
Enominat.
veins in the ground.
The most effective place to position them would be at the earth pulse points.
Points?
The place is where the power of earth pulses is concentrated.
So the Earth Pulse Geysers. Okay. Which we kind of found one at the main church.
Sigil. Hey, remember the barrier that was keeping this bug in the forest?
And yes, we do still have the bug.
Wait, are you trying to say that thing's a Therian? And yet, it would explain why the Abbey was keeping it locked up.
So... we're gonna have to go fight the Griffin, then...
The villa too.
Yeah. So the Griffin is one, so we're gonna have to face a lot of mutated bosses to actually get through.
Does that mean the Therians all come in different forms?
Should we go to Logres and check?
We've just started to cipher the book. I'd hate to lose time on some fool's errand. I'd rather know at least a little more about what's in it before we make a move.
Okay, well, she's smart at least. Because by all means, we could have just gone gung-ho and just be like, oh hell, murder party, let's go murder us a griffin. But not quite the path we're going down, it looks like. Uh-oh.
I just felt the same thing as I did in Warg Forest.
The compass? My dude? Why can he just magically point the...
The needle's pointing in the direction of Aminoch's temple, Palamedes. Do I recall hearing that the Abbey took that over? Temples and ritual sites are often built on places thought to be rich in spiritual energy.
Okay, yeah, kind of sounds like we're gonna have to... Yeah, okay.
There's lots of Earth Pulse points.
Definitely good to hear, but at the very least we have a path going forward.
Most of them will be empty.
It's not
Let's
like we
see
have
here.
better leads. If there's even a chance, shouldn't we go check it out?
Better than sitting around waiting on the book.
So, now that we've done enough kind of wandering around, I guess we finally have a time to fight, which at least gives me a chance to see whether or not...
Just a theory, but if you were to kill a Therian... What?
I mean, we can eat demons. I'm assuming we need Therians.
I guess there's only one way to find out. Never mind. Good luck out there.
Sly little Grimoire. I'm sure she's probably just thinking if Velvet can permanently kill them. Because since she can eat them, maybe killing them is kind of like the Hydra's tail, where if you cut off the head, it kind of just regrows back anyways, but... Since Velvet is functionally just eating it, maybe that acts in a sense of cauterizing it, and then the head won't be able to grow back. That's at least my thought. Let's see here. Head to the Palamedes inland interior. Not quite the description I was hoping, but... Oh. Search for... Oh. I forgot that we actually had that. I mean, grabbing that isn't necessarily a bad idea, but we'd have to actually get back to the ship to do so. Let's see here. Now, how do we get there is the question. I'm going to assume this way. Yep. Cutscenes are always important. Do we get stopped by random people, or...
Who are you?
The innkeeper's daughter.
Oh.
I happened to overhear you all talking about going to Palamedes, and...
Did you report us to the Abbey?
Report? But you already have an exorcist with you.
If you have any business, talk with her then.
It's partially helpful having her around, and to be honest, but...
I'm Eleanor Hume, an exorcist with the Abbey. How might I be of service? I want you to look for someone.
Oh, missing persons case. Okay.
A mother and her child went to visit the Abbey grounds, but they haven't returned.
Oh, that's not a good sign, lady.
Gone missing? Yes. The mother's name is Mahina. She's a priestess of Aminoch. And her little daughter's name is Kamoana. Hold on.
I don't have the highest hopes for this one.
Ever since the Abbey booted her out from the temple, she's been regularly going back to make her objections heard.
Oh.
But one day, she never returned home. And now her daughter has disappeared too.
Yeah, that's a gigantic red flag.
I assume that she went to go look for her mother.
So, mother's most likely dead.
Temple?
The child might still be alive, but injured in the temple right now.
Ma'am, I just can't imagine Mahina would abandon her daughter like that.
Oh, I don't think it was by choice. I do not think it was by choice.
But her mother truly loves her. Please forgive Mahina for her protest.
Oh boy, we're gonna have to see who actually survived this. Because it does not quite feel like...
I will do everything in my power to find
That's like too obvious of a red flag, right?
Thank you.
I'm not overthinking this one.
So much. Like Kamoana, I grew up with only my mother as family. I can't help but worry for them.
Boy.
Of course.
Yeah. Eleanor kind of has an idea already, and I don't necessarily want to prove her wrong, but I may as well try it out. Also, since we can, I'm a little curious about that side quest now.
Mother and daughter, you mean? That's on me. I'll search for them myself.
I don't care about that.
Well, what then?
Why are you actively helping us decipher the book when we're using it to thwart the Abbey's plans?
You think I might be deliberately misleading you? Laying a trap of some sort for you all?
Are you?
I think you're a lot of things, Demon. But foolish is not one of them. I want to know the truth. I want to know what Lord Artorias is trying to accomplish. And there's something happening in the world right now. I want to know what
I do very much hope that, like, we're kind of still in the early phase, where Eleanor is still basically a traitor, but
My only option is to find
I
out
do
for
kind of
myself.
hope she just follows this path, where she's questioning everything.
The Abbey and your band of rogues follow two different paths. But something tells me either will lead me to the same destination.
And so you don't see any need to lie to us?
Exactly.
And what'll you do if those truths don't line up cleanly with what you believe?
I'm not sure yet.
As honest an answer as any. Either way, it looks like you'll be working with us.
I'm sure they would go get a coffee together if this wasn't a fantasy world.
Hey, could I ask you something?
What is it?
About the Therians. I've heard you call yourself a Therian before. Is there any particular insight you have about them?
No, none. Artorias said I was one, that's all.
And that doesn't bother you?
Does it bother you?
No, not at all. If you're not worried, then neither am I.
That is the main concern, though, because if Velvet is like the 7th Therian,
Is that truly the reason Ceres chose me?
then that kind of implies that Velvet's either gonna have to die, or something's gonna have to change about Velvet to get rid of Innominat.
So I know they're just gonna clash sometimes, but Velvet takes it too far. You really think they're totally opposite?
We'll kind of have to see either way, but it kind of just feels like it's a
Velvet is a
bit of a bait, like a plot bait, or plot hook, I guess is the proper terminology for it.
Velvet is a wolf in the shadows. If Madame Eleanor is a plate of spaghetti
Boy.
carbonara, Velvet is squidding noodles with seaweed.
Hey, I
I
mean,
don't follow you completely, but I
don't bash squid ink, man.
I'm sure
A lot of people enjoy that.
the two have nothing at all in common. And since they don't share anything in common, some fighting now and then just can't be helped. Well, they both have beautiful hair. Okay, but we're talking a noble exorcist and an aloof demon. Eleanor sometimes treats you coldly,
There you go.
and Velvet has helped me more times than I can count. Madame Eleanor
What did I drop?
fully to the salvation of others.
There we go.
But Velvet is bent solely on revenge. That means they're both motivated by thoughts of others. How is the cheerful and talkative Madame Eleanor at all the same as the brooding, taciturn Velvet? Both of them talk to me when it's just the two of us together. You're just trying to be contrary. I'm only telling you what I've experienced.
Now, Bienfu, you gotta have two sides to an argument anyways, otherwise it's not going to be very helpful.
Really reaching out to me. It's all right if Eleanor doesn't want to talk to you. I'm here for you,
Oi.
Bienfu. You aren't
There we go.
alone. That just makes me feel lonelier.
The poor little kitty.
Huh?
Yeah, one is excessively hopeful and the other one's a little bit too far gone. Let's see here. Map, I believe is that button. Let's see here. World map? Not quite the world map. Because I need to go back. How do I just go back? Let's see here. You'd have to go... I'm mainly just a little bit curious to try doing that one side quest first, just because I doubt that's going to be much harder than just what MSQ is going to be right now. And it'll be nice to just kind of get some of the side story out of the way. So let's just go back to here, and did I just miss an obvious exit out of here? Because we're supposed to go there, but upper level, maybe? And I'm just blind? Let's see. Yeah, that side. Okay. Let's try that side. Oh. Of course they're not going to make that super easy. Oh well. Let's grab that. Then let's go out this exit, because I want to see about getting that elixir done first, just on the off chance it's one of those side quests that just kind of gets gated by story progression eventually. Also because we need more of the cat souls to open, like, the 185 cat soul chests that we've come across so far. And oh boy, we're just going to be running into a lot of high value chests, so it'll be nice to actually open up some of them while we're at least nearby them. There we go. I was able to check. There we go. That's better. Now then, let's actually go back. Because we're basically just going to have to go back to the ship to progress anything, but we'll try and pick up all the cat souls we can along the way. And just miscellaneous items. Hello, octopus. Leave me alone, please. Don't need any of your shenaniganry today. Let's see. Don't care about you. Don't care about you. I would like to grab you. There we go. I'd imagine by the time we get back, we can at least open one of them, and then by the time we even get back from the next portion of MSQ, we'll probably be pretty much set up to grab both of those chests. But it is going to be a little bit awkward, because I wasn't quite expecting 185 cat soul chests pretty much back to back. There we go. But should be just fine. We'll be running back and forth anyway, so by the time we actually get back to here, those should respawn and we should be fine. No. There we go. That's better. And I am just trying to avoid some of the fights, just because we may as well see if we can get some story progress done today, above all else. Most of the fights aren't really going to cause us too many problems, now that we kind of swapped it down to normal. So probably just for the best for us to... Oh boy, our ponytail is clipping into the monster, yet apparently that doesn't count as taking damage. Oh well. Alright, there's your salt. Then we should just be one screen away from our ship, so... Let's see here. What's the best way to get back to that? Down here. Let's see, what can we talk about since we're kind of just backtracking anyways? Since it is the end of the basic work week, I'm going to have a couple days off, which is always nice. But I feel like it's a bit more important about the fact of having time off, simply because of the fact that we can... I don't want to do that. Now, where are we in terms of the world map? We're there, so we just need to find our ship. But it's definitely important for you to have your rest days in, if only because of the fact that we tend to overwork ourselves anyways. And considering the state of how technology affects most humans nowadays, I find we kind of just accidentally overwork ourselves because of how we're functionally forced to multitask anyways.
I'm a little relieved,
Okay.
to tell you the truth.
There we go.
She was a bit too strict.
But the weekend is always nice for folks, and as long as you can get better sleep than I'm getting currently, then you can definitely enjoy your time.
She never asked anyone to do what she wouldn't do herself.
And that way you have the energy to be strong and work through everything you got going, which is always nice.
If it wasn't for her, we'd probably still be squabbling with Haria.
That's true. But did the Abbey really need to take over?
But I know something that I'm trying to make a bit more of a habit is getting some dailies done in certain games, which is always nice.
Only exorcist for me.
We got the lowdown on the plan for going back to the office. Seem to have thought out hybrid work from home and work from office schedule. Hold on. I kind of just covered up my chat with OBS. There we go. Now we got the lowdown on the plan for going back to the office. Seem to be pretty well thought out hybrid from work from home, work from office.
Wow.
Okay.
There's one in every
Well, it's definitely good at the very least, just because I know that the whole working from home issue... Ooh. Very nice. New skill, fortune telling, comma trickery. Thank you, Magulu, for giving us a chip ability. But I know with my work, I'm kind of in a gray area, so I don't necessarily have to go back in again, since my work is just as easily done from home than it is in the office. Because we all work both across Canada and across the US anyways, so it doesn't really matter where I'm working as long as I'm getting my work done. But it's definitely nice to hear that they've at least got something set up for you right now. 2 days scheduled, required work from office a week, 3 days optional, work from home, options for folks who prefer being 100% remote. Okay. Options are definitely helpful, so I can't really fault that too much. Port Cadnix. And I'm not sure if we can encounter much while we're actually on open waters. It'd be interesting if we could, but that might be a little bit too much for the game. There we go. Alrighty then, let's see about that side quest. Yeah, since I'm doing basically just calls and Power BI and Excel work, my work is relatively simple, so as long as I just have a functioning computer, I'm pretty much set up. So that's at least a handy point when it comes to my work. Not necessarily the best thing in the world, but a handy point nonetheless. Let's see here. No. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, and Kurgani's workshop. Oh boy, that's a ways off. Alright, well. We'll just avoid stuff for the moment, at least. There we go. It is still nice that they're giving folks the option to, just because I know it's not necessarily the easiest for people right now, especially with just how COVID is mentally affecting everyone. Because even if you're not infected with it, you do kind of have to worry about the fear of it being around. That button. Need to go to the red option, so I need to go that way. Means we're kind of going the wrong way. Not exactly, but oh. Something I might end up doing tomorrow, just because I don't exactly need much in terms of frozen food, actually, just so I can treat myself a bit, is I might honestly go to McDonald's tomorrow, because I haven't had that in a long time, and it would be nice to just have a little bit of a... Where the hell does this go? Oh, that's just an empty path. But it'll be nice to treat myself every once in a while, and I can probably just do something simple where I can just grab it as takeout and go eat outside, and then go back in and shop. Might be a pretty good option, I'd say. Yeah, there's also just a lot of talent bleed right now. Lots of people that realize they prefer being remote and are changing jobs so they can have that set up. Yeah, that ends up being a bit of a problem when it comes to most forms of work. Unfortunately, I'm kind of working in... I think I mentioned it before, but I work in a call center. So we don't necessarily have to worry about the talent bleed as much, but it is definitely a concern when it comes down to the end of the day. Just because if you have something that's a bit of a high skill ceiling environment, then you kind of have to worry about the employees that you do have available to you at the moment. So hopefully that you guys don't lose too many folks and just make your job worse because people found they could find something better from work from home. And especially nowadays, there are probably going to be less groups that are actually going to get it since the vaccine is out for the most part. Although slow, they're probably going to be accepting of it more so. Okay, no, crustacean, go away. There we go. But I suppose it'll be interesting to see either way, just because I know the distribution of the vaccine's a little bit weird up here, since they basically had it, you couldn't get it if you were under 50 for a while, and then they basically just opened under 50 and every single group that was under 50, which wasn't necessarily the greatest idea, but that's probably why they told me to wait 4 months when I got the first shot, and then I call a month later, and then they are basically saying, yeah, it's kind of fine for you to just come in a month later. I grabbed the wrong one. Okay, we're still good. Yeah, we're still saying that anyone who works in the office needs to be vaccinated. Yeah. Which makes the most sense, and I'd imagine the US, I think, got it out a little bit quicker than we did on our side, because we kind of treated it more so as a... I don't want to say needs to know, but we were trying to hit the problem areas first. So since my area was one of the lowest infection rates pretty much in Ontario, we didn't get it for a while. At least not in a huge quantity. Can I jump across that? And we only kind of just started getting it maybe 2 months ago. And by all means, like, I'm glad that we started getting it at least, just... It's weird getting it so slowly rolled out just because we don't have a lot of people infected in the first place with it. Which always seemed a bit weird. But I guess that's kind of what you have to work around when it comes down to it, if only because of the fact... Oh, right. It's kind of what you have to work with anyways, just because of, like, everyone's going to be getting their safety steps in when they can, but it's not always the easiest option for folks to either get it done or it being a safe option, just depending on how the vaccine itself actually affects them. Since I know we've heard varying stories overall about how each of the vaccines are affecting certain people, which that's not inherently a bad thing, because it is kind of weird that it's so publicized this time out of all the vaccines, that this is the one people are pretty much pointing out every single symptom that pops up on their end. There we go. Anyways, we need this.
This must be Longdow's dust. The ingredient Vidal's Omega Elixir recipe calls for.
I can't believe you actually found it.
We have to go tell Vidal. Maybe he's been able to translate the rest of the list.
Yeah.
Huh. Alright, well, we got that, and good thing we came back here just so that way we could get the Warren Spear. Now, just out of curiosity, does the Warren Spear just have a specific skill? Slowing capabilities plus 1.12 times? I mean, I'll give him this. That's actually a pretty cool looking spear, even if it's just a worn down one. Although it is just a recolor of the war pike. Let's see. Also, that's a funny weapon to actually see her with, because that's not really... Like, it's functionally a halberd, but that's still basically just a spear with a slightly longer blade on it. Let's see. You're not quite mastered with that yet. And... You know what? Let's just keep her in the side for the moment. Let's see here. Need to go up to Renede. That means we need to go back to town to grab the ship. One of the main problems in the US is at least... Hold on. Brain needs to actually click into that sentence. Grab you. There we go. One of the main problems in the US is at least is vaccine hesitancy. That's the word. is so highly tied to politics. Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of the truth. If only because of the fact, like, that's how US politics ends up working, right? As long as you can get your story out there and you can get your followers to believe what you say, then that's just how US politics works. But we probably don't need to go too deep into US politics, just on the off chance we get a bit of a heated discussion going. But it's definitely interesting seeing how the US is handling it, since I know it's going out more so than Canada has done it. But at the same time, less people are grabbing it, which is just kind of, like, awkward but funny. But I guess that's kind of just what you have to deal with when it comes down to just a new vaccine and a new disease coming out, is you kind of just have to roll with it and kind of just see where everyone sits on that side of the coin. Which isn't inherently a bad thing at all, just it is kind of odd that you can see the different sides of human life just based on when a plague happens, basically. Or when something that major happens, you can tend to see the actual true colors of people. Which is at least a fun thing to look into. At least in terms of my knowledge. Because I'm not sure if it's super obvious yet, but my way of actually, like, talking with people ends up being a bit more of a psychoanalysis of how they are, and then I can react to them based on that analysis. Which is also part of the reason I'm a robot, because I kind of think like one logically to act like people half the time. But yeah, vaccines are so readily available that we're hitting in this asymptote with who are getting it, and well, I'm going the wrong way, but we're at least getting more souls. We're hitting an asymptote with who's getting it, and it's not like we need. Whoops. Need to be in order to have true herd immunity. Yeah, but it would be good to just make sure everyone gets it. Because there's always, like, that scare you'd get with shingles or chickenpox, where that one kid who just to get that vaccination comes to class with it, and then it somehow just spreads anyways because it's a new strain, or it mutates while it's on them. But I guess that's kind of the general setup when it comes to most, like, sickness distributions. It's just kind of working with how the infection itself would spread. Which we're at least doing our best with this one, but it's definitely a bit of an awkward sticking point, right? We need more people to get vaccines to prevent spread. Yeah, okay. Admittedly, my tiredness is probably going to lead into some, maybe some lapse in judgment when it comes to actually replying to this. Because I'm relatively good at multitasking, since we're kind of just backtracking and not having to worry about combat right now. But I am doing my best to at least keep up with the convo. Yep. Nice and safe back in town. Yeah, hopefully the distribution of the vaccine can be a little bit more mandated, and we can at least make it a bit easier to get the herd immunity down. May as well just save here, since we've had some crashes in the past anyway, so we may just want to make sure it works well for us. Anyways, friend, where are you? There we go. Dale still chilling up there? No, he's probably at the helm right now. Anyways, hello. I need to go to here. There we go. And then we need to talk with Videl, so... Meet Videl and Renede. Alright, the little kid. Right up that. Let's see here. Little child, we brought you some crystal. Please grind it up and make it into a medicine. I also like how there isn't, like, just wanted posters out for Velvet, so we can go into these exorcist-filled cities without, like, any problems whatsoever. Oh, Hello, kid.
Wow! Is that Longdow's dust? That's one of the Omega Elixir ingredients!
Yes, it is.
You found it! You really found it!
Yeah, it's proof your research is right.
Thanks! I've just managed to translate the description of the second ingredient. Here, take this and... Whoa.
What's wrong?
Uh-oh.
This is red.
Hey, you're burning up.
Okay.
It's fine.
He's a sick kid. Okay, that's why we're doing the Omega Elixir.
We need to get you home so you can rest up. But I'm still translating the recipe. You heard me.
Alright. She's scary. Is she your sister or something, Laffy said? Well, it's kind of a long story.
But short stories, yes.
Well, you see,
At least by headcanon right now, until they prove me otherwise that number 2 is not just Lafisette's soul when he died being sacrificed.
I was a kid too.
He's probably been like this since he was born. That must be why his parents named him Vidal. It means to live.
Huh. I never thought about that.
Lafiset is like that too. It means one who lives.
One who lives. And he wants to be an explorer.
Oh, that's not a great naming choice considering what we know about Lafayette now, but
I
oh well.
think he can get better. When he sets off on his adventures,
Oh well.
will you let him aboard the Von Elk?
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I suppose I could cut him a deal.
You'd charge him?
I'm a pirate, kid. Comes with the territory. But I promise you, I won't charge him too much.
I suppose that'll have to do.
They're friends at least. I can't really fault them for that.
Lafisette's name had meaning behind it.
Let's see.
Didn't mean much.
Looks like a
to me.
demon is going.
Poured my soul
Good to
into
know.
Getting him through, but he's still dead all the same. Hope. What a waste.
You really think it was pointless?
What else am I supposed to think?
Might be a convenient raid target just because I know she goes for a while. And it would be nice to let her know that I'm still going, so... Let's see here. Search for Unicorn's Horn to make the Mega Elixir? You have to go to there. Huh. Been a while since we've been to Northgand. Alright, well. Burning out the clock, so let's head over to there. I believe this path? No, that's the wrong way. We need to go this way. There we go. Now then, up. And across. There we go. We can at least open one of the chests so far, but we do still have a lot of collecting to do to actually open both of them. We functionally need 370 of the cat souls right now to actually open up both of those chests. Anyways, so you, can we go to Northgand, please? We can't actually sail there right now. That's not good. I guess that side quest is on halt until we can actually go back to Northgand, but good to know, I guess. There we go. Alright, let's actually progress MSQ a little bit. Go to... Aria? There we go. Alright then. May as well go to here. Got some folks to talk to. Hello.
Hey, did you know that in our grandfather's time,
There we go.
Southend used to be an independent
I'm just going to get up for a quick stretch since we've been going for about an hour now. And my back probably needs to do a quick bit of a stretch anyways. Boy. Thankfully the weather today isn't too bad at the very least. I know the heat has been a bit of a problem overall, but today thankfully has been relatively okay.
Midgand is much larger and more powerful than Southgand. Why did the war last so long?
Every time Southgand was in danger, a big storm would show up and sink Midgand's fleet. It happened many times. We Southganders started calling these storms Aminoch's
Ugh.
Fury, or Aminoch's...
I don't know what's up with my back today.
Still, Midgan won, and South
Assuming...
has taken over, right?
Yeah, but even the
yeah, you found it. PS1 mode. So, Cross kind of gave me a heads up on something the other day in terms of some fuckery that you can do with these shaders in Unity. So, PS1 mode is now an option. So I'll keep that going for about 45 minutes or so, and thankfully it is kind of just rigged up with all the colors anyways. But, yeah, PS1 mode. I figured that was an apt name for it at the very least. And if anyone pops in, I can always swap it back, but that was at least the rough idea. I do kind of need to get the shader itself working in terms of, like, the clothing, but I don't necessarily like applying the metallic shader to that, since that kind of screws with it a little bit too much. But I'll kind of have to look into those options a bit later anyways. For now, it still kind of works, since the body being textured enough. Just need to turn off vertex smoothing. That might be what I'm missing, actually, yeah. Cross gave me like a rough summary of what I needed to do with it to get it going, but I didn't quite fiddle around with it too much because it was pretty much right before stream, so it was either just before or just after stream. I'm not 100% certain on that. But I do find it funny that I can do this, so I'm kind of just keeping it around for now. At least as an option. There we go. And I'm sure this would end up helping a little bit down the line in terms of maybe importing my model into other... Okay, we need to go the other way. How did we actually go there? Need to go to the west, so I'm going to assume we need to go this way. Yeah, I do kind of like the heavy shadows that you can have when you actually turn on a different shader onto your model. Just because there's nothing inherently wrong with the VRM shader, just it's very flat. So it doesn't quite give you the same level of model detail as everything else. But that's not inherently a bad thing, I suppose, so you can still work with it. Let's see here. Also, I am realizing that I skipped over the other chest. I'm kind of hoping by the time we have to go back to town, then we'll have more than enough to actually buy out both of those chests. Peach gel, always good to have. And we should probably get a fight in. Now then, what do you got? And it's been a while, so what is our actual setup? What's good against the... That is, apparently? Doesn't quite seem the best option, but... Oh well. Also, I do have a timer going for it, so don't worry about the PS1 one being here for a while. I'll just turn it off in about, like, 40 minutes or so. It was at least a good demonstration of what that was, so... If anyone pops in, they can come and see this and be a little bit confused about why there's a PS1 avatar on screen, instead of just a basic Vroid model. Okay, the bird is fast. Noted. Oy, okay. Now, which direction do we actually need to go for this? I guess we just don't have the full map here, so we're probably just gonna have to wander for a bit anyways. That's fine. Although a fun thing that you can do with this, you can move this actual light around, which I find fun. And since we have this going, and this going, I can make things rather interesting in terms of the zoom in with this shader on. Because now, we can have some fuckery going. And depending on how you tweak it, I know what you did last night. I know exactly what you've done. And you cannot stop me from exacting my revenge. But I always just find that fun. Now, where is the actual light? Probably here? There we go. That's better. But I always just find it fun that that's an option when it comes down to it, because the actual light source is always available in BC Face. Just it's not, like, noticeable on the base Vroid shader, because the base Vroid shader is just like a faint light of red over everything. Also, that's a very big squid. And I'm surprised it hasn't, like, trucked to notice us yet. I'm just gonna grab that since we're here. The Express Pendant. Alright, well. Hello. The Kraken. Makes sense. Let's see here. It's Amorphous and a Fiend. Weak to Earth. Hey there, Solace. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good evening so far. Just to explain the change in the model, I put in a new redeem for a PS1 mode, and this is currently PS1 mode active right now. Let's see here. Mainly because a friend told me about basically screwing around with the shaders in Unity, which did make sense, because the base shaders in terms of Vroid suck. So just having any shader on tends to make a bit of a difference anyways. Let's see now. It was weak to Earth, if I recall correctly, so... Also weak to Amorphous. So what else do we got for Amorphous? Twin Whip is bad. We really don't have much on this anyways, huh? Oh well. We'll get Shadow Flow in, and then, well, Slag Assault and Shadow Flow, maybe? Maybe that'll suit us a little bit better for the squid. There we go. Oh. Okay, it looks like he can just stun a lot. Not necessarily the greatest thing for us in the world, but... I guess we'll have to see how the squid actually handles. Because he seems to just guard everything. We'll just do that. Oh. That could be a bit of a problem. No, not strategy. Items. You. Each gel on yourself. Thankfully, no one else is severely dying from this, so this might just be a bit of a battle of attrition with the squid. Never mind, that's just death. Noted. Now, would anyone like to actually heal me? Thank you. There we go, there's a stun. That's a bit better. And it might just be better to guard everything, but how are you doing so far, Solace? Have you been able to successfully burn your dinner to the right level of charcoal that you enjoy? Or did you actually have an unsuccessful time cooking and it actually came out normally? Really, just don't stop blocking, do you? Okay, almost died from that. That's fine. There we go. We can get some actual hits off. Sadly, the comboing with our burst is not the most helpful in this case, because we kind of need the 3 hits to actually get anything done here. There we go. Can get him on the way down. Really now? You actually block while you were casting that? Rude. There we go. Thankfully, overall, it seems fine. We're probably just going to be here for a while, so... Everyone doing this fine Friday evening. Are you able to get down and funky, or are you kind of having to just kind of unwind from the traditional workday? Because I know it can be a little bit awkward coming off of work into a stream, if only because you have to take into account your energy level from the actual streamer. Or at least from my perspective, that's what I usually work with. Okay, I'm glad Velvet is at least our tank at the moment. But hot damn, does this thing not want to leave us alone? Items. Each gel on yourself, don't die from that. Up. There we go. He's half down at least. But I feel like there's something that I'm missing in terms of the actual combo bonuses that we have to worry about normally. There we go. There's a healthy amount of damage in. And whop. And get that off. Ooh, he's got a little bit of spin boy. Not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but definitely different. What? Thankfully he's stunned at least, so he can't really do the most to us, but... There we go. Please go down, Mr. Kraken. I preferred you a lot better when you were in the Ninja Sex Party music video. Oh. Thinking about stuff I want to do this weekend. I'm hoping to make some character sketches for my PNG YouTuber. Ah, very nice, very nice. What kind of rough ideas are you thinking about right now? Because I know you follow, like, Nikki, Lemma, and I, so I wasn't sure if you were going to try going the Robo route at all. But it's always interesting to just kind of hear what people want to work with when it comes down to the end of the day. Because I've had, like, 6 ideas when it comes down to a model. And the robot was at least the easiest one for me to make. And it grants a random skill that allows souls to be refined when performing. Okay. Well, that's fine. We at least got rid of the red enemy. Certainly working out. Definitely good to hear that. As long as you can stay in a relatively calm down state. The voice changer does actually complete the package. Yeah, I'd say since I got a chance to fiddle with the voice changer a little bit, it kind of works out the best on my end. Let's see here. Don't think I'm going to be a robot. It's not quite the feeling I think I want to have. Yeah, that's definitely fair. I just know you kind of follow mainly 3 of us, so... Oh, that's bad. We're just gonna not deal with that. Let's see here. This could be a little bit rough. Then we can do that. Get a snake one out of the way, hopefully. There we go. That was a good one. No, that's definitely understandable, non. It's not trying to push you in any certain direction or anything, just I'm always a little bit curious, since VTuber designs can always come out of pretty much any direction for anyone. There we go. Then grab that out of the way, get another kill in. Then keep the combo going. There we go. I do like this idea, but they are definitely making it a little bit awkward, actually dealing with this many enemies at once. Thankfully, we are kind of on an easier mode, so it's probably going to be a little bit easier to work with at the end of the day, but... Let's see here. How about no? Snakes do not need this much power. Oh, right. You gotta actually recharge. What's my snake package? Oh, she poisons? There we go. That's my snake one. And Muggy-Loo. Stretch, stretch, and smack. I probably should look into Muggy-Loo's gear, because I don't think I've actively changed it in a while. Well... I know I was kind of thinking on it a couple hours ago, but I have a lot of characters that I've been meaning to redesign, and half of my idea for it is just kind of making them into various models. One of them is actually a Lamia, which could be interesting, because I know that's possible to do in Vroid, but it'd be a very, very awkward thing to put together, since that's going to require some either hair or some blender fuckery, and erasing like every single leg texture possible and just kind of drawing it out from there. Not sure yet on that. Leaning towards taking on a witchery Maho shoujo character. There are definitely a couple good Lamia VTubers out there, mainly because I was looking for them when they would actually come out, since no one was really doing it for a while, but there are two very good 2D Lamia VTubers out there that I know of, at least. Fluoric boots.
This rocky shore just keeps going. Just don't
I don't remember their... Well, I know one of them is Serpentine CC. But I know there is another one as well, but I don't remember her name off the top of my head. But she ends up being an orange Lamia with black hair, green clothing. Yeah, that's the one, Akami Habiko. That's the other one I was thinking of. Am I getting pronouns on that right? I think she goes... I think they go by she, her.
Although Manon appears similar to Maclear Beach, it was formed by a completely different process.
I don't always have the time to watch their streams in particular. I think just because of the times they end up going. And the content not necessarily being what I'd want to watch at any given specific moment. But they are definitely a good VTuber overall, and I'm glad they definitely got the hit that they did. Just in terms of progression so far.
So that's why it tingles every time I touch the coral.
Why didn't you warn us earlier?
Yeah, I can't recall their pronouns at the moment. That's fair. We can always look into it a little bit later, just because I don't believe that we stream around the same time, so it's not necessarily someone we're going to come across anyways. I just don't think we do. Oh hey, that's a lot of souls. Kind of just requires you to avoid enemies, which we definitely did not do. Alright, and of course we get down to 2, because why wouldn't we get down to 2? Then we'll do that, just to get a little bit of health going, as well as that. Since we can kind of just nuke through everything anyways. Boy. I love this game's combat sometimes. That's always nice. Alright, now you... There we go. Yes, that we are. Then we'll just keep going and collect cat souls, because we need a lot of these. Okay, just check. She uses she here. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking, but I wasn't 100% certain. Okay, bird. Bird? Bird, stop being persistent. There we go. That's better. That at least gives us most of the cat souls that we need to open up those other chests upon revisit. Also, just for map completion's sake, the other way just leads to another kind of loop, so we'll probably be able to tackle that relatively easily. Let's see now. Yeah, there are definitely a good couple of Lamia VTubers out there. I'm assuming there are others, just because I saw the VTuber of the Day's Twitter account, and they do have a list for snakes now. So I'm assuming there's more than just the two. Just, it was such a drought actually finding them before. But now it kind of seems like they've taken off a little bit, so that's always nice. And I have seen some more Arachne VTubers popping up as well, which is always nice. Because I know there's Keiko... I want to say Keiko Spud, but I'm probably getting the name wrong. But the garden spider, who has a fairly cute model overall. And apparently there's an artist who's working on commissions for other VTuber models too, which is always nice to see. But I did come across... Like, there are various ones that are both beard riders or the ones that are kind of half spiders anyways. There's also the gorgeous Dullahan that Kin made. Yeah, that's also true. I've always had the Dullahan idea in mind for a while now, so I'm glad I got Kin to kind of flesh out the design for it. Just because I was having so many problems just getting a DJ design down. And just, when it comes to at least the clothing idea, I basically just gave Kin most of what they ended up drawing for it anyways. But Kin did add a couple of unique touches that made it blend together a bit better, which definitely made it come together better as a design. But the Dullahan is definitely going to be an option down the line, because I could probably make that in Vroid, and Kin can probably draw that. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. But the main problem is going to end up being rigging it, because I can't really afford rigger, unfortunately. So I'm going to be using that Dullahan model as a tool, more or less, for myself to learn Live 2D. At least on my personal time. But I will also be taking, like, my preferred treatment of it so far in terms of, like, the 3D models, since I have relatively good skill in Vroid, and I've been learning all the various tricks that you can use in terms of, like, Unity, and I'll eventually get into Blender. So doing a Dullahan and a Lamia and a Drider and all of those should be possible. I know I'm kind of just working on the Dark Elf right now as a side project, but I need to work on actually sketching out some outfits for that, because that's kind of where I'm stuck right now. Let's see here. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm somewhat happy. Whoops. No back attack, please. Oh, plant. There we go. I think I'm somewhat happy with my character design. I might add myself to Kin's commission list to expand on it, because I know I'm not going to be entirely happy with it on my own. No, that's definitely fair. Kin is definitely very talented when it comes down to character design, so it's always a good thing to, like, I'm obviously going to be a bit more of a Kin supporter, since I'm obviously modding for Kin, but Kin is a very good character designer, so if you do have the option to get Kin to design something, I would recommend it, just because that is where Kin kind of excels. They're obviously fantastic at art, but their character design skills are great too.
It's a new kind of beetle, so it's gonna be hard to tell if it's really a rhino or a stag.
Oy.
You're asking a lot of questions. Bienfu, do you like bugs?
I also like how we didn't even have to proc this. This just happened as we were walking down the road.
Doesn't find them fascinating, right? So which kind of beetle do you think it is? Rhino or stag?
Boy, Neck is not my friend.
Question. But guess what? Miss Mogulu taught me.
Kin has a lot of professional experience designing characters outside of Twitch missions. Yeah, that's also true. Since it's part of their background anyways, like, that's kind of why it's just easier to recommend. Go commission Kin. You will not regret it. but I believe Kin did close down their commissions just the other day, right? Like on the 15th? 15th at midnight was the cutoff, just because the list is relatively long right now. Yeah, which is kind of the problem, so I'll always keep an eye on it for you, Non, and I can let you know when Kin does open up again, just because Kin is definitely a talented artist, and that means that Kin is always going to be busy. Yeah, my only regret is how long Kin's waitlist is. Yeah, unfortunately, but what can you do? Usually speaking, getting into an artist commissions is going to be a little bit awkward, but we kind of have to work for the best. Admittedly, mine is paid for already, so I'm just kind of in the waiting list for Kin to start on that. It might be soon. I have no idea. But at the very least, it might be good plans for 2022. And that way you have a pretty good long while just to go over the ideas that you want to get into it, as well as just nailing down the options for what you want to do with it, because obviously getting a full model is going to be the full pomegranate, but it's definitely a bit of a investment when it comes to character design, because by all means you can kind of just throw at Kin, like, design a red-themed cat girl, and Kin will do that, but I find it's better to sprinkle in maybe a couple ideas just to point Kin towards a direction. Because when I gave Kin the commission idea, I didn't even give the idea about those light-based DJ sets. That was entirely Kin. So if you just let Kin run wild with it, Kin tends to have fun.
On the right, I've got my household ledger in the back, and my magic encyclopedia in the front. That one I mostly use for oil blotting paper. What's oil blotting paper? It's a girl thing. The two on the left are my heavy book, which I use for flower pressings, and then my super pop-up book. A super pop-up book?
Yeah, Kin's skill and character design is definitely something I admire most about Kin's work. That's kind of why I ended up finding them in October of last year, I believe. I think that's when I initially found Kin. But October and the fact that Kin was just creating a character daily was always a nice grab. And that was kind of the starting point in diving into VTuber culture, actually, because it was just a random recommended on my page being like, hey, by the way, there's an artist by the name of Kin Kaiki. Maybe you'd like them. And I mean, look at me now. Yeah, and I'd say that overall, like, you can learn a lot from watching most artists. Kin is definitely one of the... Oh.
So that's what's on the other side of these books.
Is that just an unintentional panty shot?
What are you doing with Laphicet? He said he wanted to see, so I'm showing him. You have no right to stand in the way of his desires.
My job is to protect him as his vessel, especially from someone so wicked as yourself. Also, what you're doing runs contrary to public decency.
Witches aren't supposed to be decent. These bindings with the locks on them.
Magilu.
Style used to be really popular during the Meliodas dynasty.
Now that I know you're such a bad influence for him, I'll be keeping a closer eye.
Magilu.
If you can't learn to take it easy,
You're such a scamp.
We're gonna want to marry you, you know.
Like you're a shining example of marriage material yourself.
Hey, Magilu, could you turn them over one more time? I want to see how the book's attached to your belt. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, Magilu, I was wondering about that book you have on your waist. The one you called your heavy book for flower pressings. Your curiosity truly knows.
Let's see here. 15 minutes of PS1 mode, and then we can turn that off for a bit. It is definitely interesting to see on the stream how that's actually showing up. But I'll have to maybe do some tweaking on the skin to make it maybe a bit more metallic. We'll kind of have to see how it works anyways.
Yep, you'd never guess it, but he's actually just about the best Moloch poet around. Some people even call him the Great Norman Poet. Here,
The Great Norman Poet? Really?
there is something unimportant happening to the east.
Oh well.
There and back.
Definitely makes sense at the very least.
Something unimportant happening to the west.
Also, just because I'm feeling a little bit snacky.
I can never rest nor be at peace. Every day my life is a living hell. That's heavy stuff, isn't it?
Good old Bienfu.
Pressing flowers. It's so wonderfully oppressively heavy. Muggy Lou, your face has gone all sinister looking.
Ay, Magilu. I can definitely see why Leah likes her as a character now. Also, was that an expedition being done?
Take a look at this.
I think it was. Got Unyielding and Scholarly Drive. Huh. I'm actually surprised that we haven't gotten those other two, like, miscellaneous sellable items from this.
Scout ship setting.
Those are usually the first things you end up getting. Let's see here. What was I talking about? I guess when we at least broke off discussion from the game, when it comes to the characters that I have in my backlog, just because obviously my DeviantArt days have left a lot of characters in terms of my designs, the one Lamia I was thinking of translating into a possible model once I figure out how the fuck to do a Lamia in Vroid is Bounty Hunter, actually. Specifically one that bounty hunts in space. So thinking if you could get together maybe Master Chief's armor on a Lamia is the basic way to explain that. But she doesn't have the helmet on all the time. But that's at least my rough idea for that. And she's been a character that I've had for a fairly long time now. Because I even had her as a character back during my Homestuck days, actually, where I spent way too much time trying to class spec all of my OCs, because unfortunately I was a smartass and figured I may as well do that because I have the time for it. But goddamn. Okay. How about no? How about we don't deal with any of that? But the Lamia characters that I do have, being Zoira and that one space traveling Lamia, are definitely ones that I've always been a little bit curious to try and translate into modern character design. Solace, I believe you've seen the Zoira sketch I did in the past, just because I did redesign that one fairly recently to be a bit more of a character that wasn't boring. But... oh, there was a thing there. Oh well. But Zora's one of the Lamias I kind of wanted to work with just because she's a seamstress Lamia, where she functionally works as a seamstress that works with bigger sized monsters, so that way they can actually have clothing that fit. Oh, that's not good. But I ended up making her in the past where she ended up being a bit too nervous of a character to be a main character. And she was kind of like fated to be a background character, and I couldn't think of any good way to actively explain how she would get into the spotlight in any story. I kind of just made her to make her. Let's see here. Am I using Y for the birds? Yes. There we go. That's better. But thankfully with Kin's kind of help, I did kind of redesign it a little bit better. So she is a bit more outgoing, where it's more so the calm quiet, where she's kind of like the cool rocker girl that you end up passing by, who ends up being... like, you see them, they've got tats, they've got piercings, and then you kind of just go up to them and you just... or they come up to you in a coffee shop and they like order a coffee from your store or something, and they just like order a black coffee, 2 sugar, 1 milk. Like it's nothing extravagant or anything, it's just like a pretty basic order. And then you end up getting that rough shock value of like, wait, she's not like extremely outgoing at all with all of that, with like the 6 piercings in her ears and the tattoos and the snake bite. Or the snake bite piercings. And then she's like, nah. It's been a interesting childhood. We're just here to live adult life, and figured I may as well make some good use of my hands, right? Ended up suiting me well when I was playing bass, so may as well use it for sewing now. And that's kind of the rough idea of where Zoira ended up going. At least in terms of my initial planning with her. But she would be interesting because I originally based her on a blue snake, but I think I swapped it over to a...
The feeling's getting stronger now.
God, what was the snake type that I swapped her over to? I probably have it written down somewhere, like in my sketch pad, but I swapped the snake type for her so she's more like white and brown now, or white and black, instead of just like an obnoxious blue. Because I know the first time I ended up designing her, I picked out a basic color scheme, and then because I was bored, I inverted it, and just decided to keep it as inverted, and just kind of made the lines back to normal. So she ended up being like gray skin, pink scaled, and blue hair, and that was the character coloration that I was working with for quite a while with her. But that ended up being a little bit too open, I guess is the best way to put it. Just because of the fact that, like, it stuck out in a bad way. So then I swapped it over to more muted colors, basing it on one of the blue snakes. There we go. And ended up giving her the gray skin, black hair, and the blue body that I had before. Oh, downed exorcists. And something just om-nomming inside the temple. That's a good sign.
A demon.
Yeah, and it's just kind of in there.
Sounds like it's having fun.
Then we'll use this distraction.
Yay! Distraction, ho! Thankfully we saved, so it should be fine.
Wow, look outside. It's the ocean.
And then, I don't think I have the pictures open on this computer, so I'm just gonna let this cutscene play out. I'm gonna grab my sketchbook, and then I can snap a picture with my phone, then I can show it off a bit better.
This underwater couldn't have been easy.
Aye. With the Earth temples, all they had to do was keep digging. Here, they had water to contend with.
How did they do it? You can't split the sea like you can a log.
They started by stacking giant stone blocks in the shallows, creating an enclosed space. Then they drained the water and expanded the enclosure. Once they had done that enough times and secured enough dry space, they were able to dig into the sea floor.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it?
The humans believe
There we
by
go.
going through such great hardships to build these temples.
Thankfully, small apartment means it's relatively easy to kind of just fish up something that I have placed somewhere. As long as I actually...
What? Are you saying I'm
Oh
wrong?
yeah, I forgot that I actually redesigned a knight character. That might be a half-decent redesign for Rosalind, but that's for another day.
The land shifted, and this temple was swallowed by the sea.
Where
Scholars were able to
is
prove that the sand
Zoira redesign in here?
an airtight seal around the structure. Later, people carved an undersea tunnel to connect to the temple, bringing it to its current state. Now that you mention it, I think I read.
Now this will be kind of sketchy phone pictures, but it at least gets the rough idea across.
No, I only read the first edition.
The problem with the stone enclosure theory is that each time you expand the enclosure, the innermost stones have to be carried out. Once that was pointed out
Then send that to myself.
were developed. The revised edition has a number of competing theories. I highly recommend reading it.
Doop,
I
doop.
will then.
So, wait, was that a complete rebuttal of Eisen's explanation?
That was not my intention.
Ah, it's okay.
Then I just need to grab that from Discord, which is going to be here. Up. Open original. Save image as that. And then add source. Image. Also, I'll just turn the music back on just because the game is unfortunately paused while I'm going through this, but Snick. Browse, desktops, assets. There we go. It's going to be a bit of a big picture just because of the... Go. Now, can I rotate that? Because that would be a little bit better if I could. Alright. And then... filter to rotate on an image? That would be great. Scaling aspect ratio. I think that's what I'm looking for here. Go away. Maybe if I just change it in here, maybe that's a bit better. Photos. Weird. Let's pop in horizontally there. Oh, there we go. Transform. Rotate clockwise. There we go. That's better. Yeah, that's my Zoira redesign, where it's just kind of a bit more of a punk rock snack than it was before. I didn't quite have a chance to do it in color at all, but it at least works out in terms of what I was going for. So that at least solves one problem when it comes down to it. Turn that off.
Prevailing theories change all the time.
What's it matter anyway? Let's just get going.
And at least have that on my computer now, so I can kind of fiddle around with that in my off time. No, that's not the button it wants. E?
There's no Empyrean here.
There we go.
If you're worried about
And we'll just get rid of that for now so we can see the game again.
that
But
point of his, heads no
I have fun designing characters, but it's not something I'm really trained in.
Like I said before, these temples are nothing more than places of worship.
But designing characters is always just fun in general, because you basically just vomit out ideas onto a piece of paper, and you can be like, hey, this is mine. And that's always the fun point when it comes down to designing characters, is just, this is something that you've put together, and something that you've put your blood, sweat, and tears into to make it work. So that's always nice.
Must be a special case then.
Must be.
I suppose so. If there were 4 more like him, and they were all trying to stop
Oh,
us,
Neck.
we'd be sunk.
I can't disagree.
Need you to work with me here, Neck. Alright, well, since we're basically in the church now, it's probably just going to push us into fights with demons and these guys. Why is there knights as well as demons? That's a bit weird, but they're weak to burn. I'll take that. Really now? They are very insistent on making life harder on us. That's fine. Then combo it out. There we go. That works. Then you. Thankfully nice, so I won't complain too much about the fights being easier. We're kind of just here to experience the story at this rate, just because I do love how they write most of the Tales game stories anyways. Just, they're long games, so not necessarily the best ones to work with in the long run. No? And Smack. I'm surprised that didn't kill you, actually. Well, there we go. Yeah, don't worry, Lafayette, we're alright. Now, is anything mastered on people and I'm just not paying attention to? Sure. Yeah, okay, your stuff is mastered. You can get the Asmodeus earrings, and then we can get the Amphibolate doll. Water power-up probably isn't going to help, but it looks like a white and dark chocolate bar, so we'll probably just keep it that way for now. Just so at least that way we can get the... Let's see. Dismiss. Well, that's 45 minutes for that, so... Let's swap back to normal mode for the moment. There we go. Flat Jude. Something is written on the monolith. The chalice bears a symbol, and that commends the flowing water. Should the chalice be filled with water, and its mark turned blue, the water shall be a wall, and to thwart your path. Should the chalice be dried by flame, and its mark turned white, the impending water shall lie still, opening the path before you. So the chalice has to be white, basically, to actually get rid of the waterfalls. Okay. Interesting way to set it up, but I guess we need to find whatever this chalice is and burn it. That way we can open up all the doors. An indent in the pedestal looks like you can insert something into it. Okay, well, I guess that means we're going to the side rooms to see whatever's in here. Spearman. May as well do this and throw all together anyways. We can get plenty of actual stuns off, and then we can just combo this into it. Yeah. It's nice when you're able to just kind of nuke down parties like that. Anyways, let's see here. Let's see. That is... red. So we burn away that one. And that gets rid of that door. Okay. Pretty simple puzzle so far, at least. If you want to call it a puzzle. When a chalice is filled with water, the waterfall connected to it flows, blocking the way through. Using fire to boil away the water will help the waterfall and allow you to move onward. But the chalices sometimes serve other purposes as well. Also, I do have to question everyone's ability to hear, because we went like a couple floors underground after coming into the temple. How did we actively hear that fighting was going on with other people? Because that seems a little bit out there. Anyways. Maul up with hammers. Ooh, crap, I actually whiffed. That's not great. That's fine, though. We got enough of it out of the way, so we can just kind of nuke from there. And check Blizzard. There we go.
You're not hurt, are you?
No, I'm fine.
Then Flurk Boots. I'm assuming on Laffy said. Oh, no, on Eisen. Okay. May as well grab those for now. Then here, I'm assuming roughly the same thing. Then we'll probably have to go into those two doors and do something similar and boil away the water there to open up the main door. Alright. Actually kind of tired, all things considered. We'll have to see how long this game can keep my attention. I might have to do something a little bit more high energy just so that way I can stay awake through the rest of the stream, but at the very least, it's not necessarily bad going through the game. Because I do like Tales of Bersaria, just there are times where I'm just not quite in the headspace to play RPGs. Or at least not in the cleanest one. It's not actually what you wanted us to do. Interesting. What about this one? That one has a warp panel on it. Teardrop gemstone, shaped like a teardrop. Jewels found weight. Then, what's the warp for? Okay, just a completely different part of the temple. Noted. There's at least a good amount of castles here, so... Oh, but... we're behind a waterfall, so we can't progress. Okay, gotcha. I'm going to assume we need to cancel out the... Oh, there's one behind here, too. We'll probably need to cancel out that main waterfall, and that's probably connected to a couple of different places. But... I'd say that's fine overall. I guess I could probably talk about various... There we go. Character design traits that I've done throughout the years anyway, since I spent a good amount of my time on DeviantArt. I know one character I ended up making, which ended up being kind of shelved due to too many people wanting to remind that he got laid too quickly. Is what I'm going to say about that story. But he ended up having his hand cut off by... What was it cut off by? I think an accident for the machinery he was working with. Oh, that's a very pissed off werewolf.
Well, look at that. Wolfie's got the crest of Aminoch. The same pendant worn by priestesses.
Oh. So the werewolf is probably... Yeah.
Yeah, she must be the missing mother, Mahina.
Can't be.
Oh, trust me, Eleanor, it is. I also don't necessarily like there's a defined, like, chest on this. Demi-human? Do they have anything set up for demi-human? I don't think we do. Rising Moon is generally fine. Ooh, Soaring Dragon. Hey, we finally have an attack good against dragons. It only took us to, like, level 27. Let's see here. Rising Moon into something that beats down demi-humans. Yeah. Harsher Buttle. Then what else can we do here? Probably just Tearing Thorn. I can't imagine this thing has much in terms of elemental weaknesses either. There we go. Ooh, it actually resists that. Interesting. Oh, because it's martial, right. Archer Buttle is at least fine, but I'm afraid to ask what this does, so let's just try it out and see. Ooh, okay. I like that. That's a good combo, at least, for individual fights with her. There we go. Well, and thankfully, since it kind of kicks her up into the air, that does help with the combos with the rest of the party, too. There we go. Then we'll do that. Well, I do kind of feel sorry for her, if only because this is going to be a relatively easy fight to go against, but hopefully we can just kind of suck away the demon out of her because of Velvet's Aryan format of how to fight. There we go. That should probably kill. There we go. Later. Yeah, still not a huge fan about this thing having a defined chest. That seems a little bit out there.
Beloved by her village, would become a demon.
I mean, people don't really have a choice to become a demon, Eleanor.
She's never going to be the same again. This is the least I can do for her. So says Reason. Huh? That feeling.
Huh. Wait, is she one of the Therians, or is it close by? Oh, no, she just got away. Okay. I suppose that's fine.
Let the demon be. We don't need it.
Let's see, where was I? Alright, Zeskel. So I have basically an elven character who tends to work with gadgetry most of the time. It's kind of more set in the future than high fantasy. But he ends up being a character who loses one of his hands, and he comes across a material or a metal that kind of acts like living metal, was the rough idea behind him. So I had him in a roleplay group where it kind of ended up working like Final Fantasy, where we'd get elemental materia and he could kind of just slot it into the living metal and it would let him do stuff with it, which I always found to be interesting, but probably a little bit overpowered at the end of the day.
Demon or not, she's a mother. It's no surprise she would still be protective of her child.
It could be that, or it could be something else.
Well, I hope that's what it is.
I know that must be how she felt as a human.
Fluffy said is always a believer. You can at least give him that much.
You saw how violent she was. She's not Mahina anymore. When she became a demon, she lost all capacity for empathy and love. It's heartbreaking, but it's
I don't really agree with that, Eleanor. Like, you can still be a priestess and still be buff. Like, nothing's stopping a priestess from lifting.
To attack exorcists. Demons can wipe out entire villages, even cities, just as they destroyed my village.
Let's see.
Thus, my path is clear.
Oh, Viper's going live really early.
No turning back once you've changed.
Okay.
Perhaps it would be a mercy to grant her peace through death.
Poor Luffy said. Also, why would it just leave us there?
Is Innominat really an Empyrean?
There we go.
Makes you ask that all of a sudden?
Well, according to the song Grimm deciphered, Innominat is an 8-headed dragon, right? The Empyreans are supposed to be these holy beings.
Now, how is this actually coming across volume-wise?
Than divine to me.
You've got a point there. Empyreans are a type of Malachim, and that doesn't seem like any Malach we've seen. And even less so when we're talking.
I guess you can hear it, but I can talk over it, so that's kind of the rough setup we have going for now. I suppose that's fine.
Well, it wouldn't be good. My guess is they'd merge together into a giant, horrific monster.
Bye.
A mighty beast will attack us with its 8 long, snake-like necks and 8 heads spitting hellfire.
Rokuro has maybe a bit too creative of a imagination for something like this. Game's a bit low.
I'd have to conjure up a
Yeah.
tale or two.
You can do that?
Of course not.
Let's just tweak that a little bit then. Maybe pump it up to here. That might be a bit better.
Oh!
What is it, Laffy said?
Do you think each head would act of its own free will? Because if they do, they'd be uncoordinated, bumping into each other and going this way and that, giving us an opening. If we fight as one united whole, I know we can win.
Yes! If we work hand in hand, victory is ours. Right, everyone?
That's a very hopeful attitude with this crew.
Us united? Have you
Also, welcome, Mitchie. Hope you're having a good evening so far. And welcome to Freezer. Have you been enjoying your Friday so far? Sorry, brain is a little bit slow, and I saw purple name and kind of just cotton on for a second. But that's my bad. Still just potatoes and mayonnaise. You really don't want to give us the extra gear from here. Alright, well, we've got lock on that door. Oh. Twisted Priest. I guess that's one way to describe that. Now, what is the best way to fight these guys, I wonder? Probably not doing this, but... Wait, the cow's armored? Armored demi-human, huh. Interesting. Oh well. Easy enough to kill at the very least. Caloric bracelet, which is always good. And then it wants us to check out the door, probably because of the puzzle.
Is there some sort of
I picked purple for most of my stuff. Friday's work is done and relaxing now.
I know.
Always good to hear, Mitchie. As long as you can end up relaxing, that's all that I hope for when it comes to most of my group.
It was on the pedestal.
And if I can give you a venue to just kind of sit back, relax, and have a good place to talk, then hopefully I can give that.
So, what? That chalice is the key?
We're kind of just working through a bit of Tales of Bersaria at the moment, but I am feeling a little bit tired, so I'm not sure how long we'll end up going with it. We'll kind of have to see how the night plays out, but kind of thinking about swapping games. We'll have to see either way, but I'd say things are going to be relatively comfortable for the moment, at least. Really. Didn't quite think we'd get a risky encounter right off the top, but how about no? Oh, right, we're down to 2 as well because of the risk. That's kind of bad. Now then, what can we do here? Because I can't really recover health the normal way with Velvet when we get the risky hit in. And the poison is really not helping. There we go. Now, can we get the kill on them? Nice. These got some health. Thank you. Then do that. There we go. That's better. Lurk bracelets. Then this pathway is blocked, I'm assuming. Never mind, it's not blocked. This way is, though, because we have no way of getting across, but interesting to know that there's just an elevator block. Not quite what you'd expect normally. Oh. Welcome, Lasana and crew. To any new viewers, my name is Jude, your Judicial Utility Droid Mark III, here to provide a chill environment to chat and speak with friends. And this place tends to be a bit cooler overall, so hopefully you can sit back and relax. But how's it going, Lasana? What are you up to today? Arson raid. Oh, you're also playing Tales of Bersaria. Alright, well, it's definitely a good combo then. Welcome, Les. Hopefully you guys are having a good night so far. I'm assuming I'm going to be a bit farther than you, so I guess heads up for spoilers for you and anyone in chat, but we're kind of a little bit ahead. But I've kind of been playing for longer, so that would make a little bit of sense anyways. But how far did you end up getting today? Because I know that the earlier sections of the game can be a little bit taxing. So it might just be a bit before everyone can really catch up to the same spot. There we go. That's better. It's nice to have the water temple, but the water temple needs less water. Also, I am kind of avoiding some of the fights just because we're kind of over-leveled and the fights aren't exactly hard right now. Get rid of you. Just so that way we can unlock all of the water. And welcome, Camaroma, and welcome to the freezer. Hopefully you have a good night, and thank you very much for joining. You'll have to let me know if I'm actually pronouncing that right. You're not going for the priest for the first time? I'm not 100% certain what you mean with that, actually. Oops. We are on the main scenario quest right now, but we've gotten a relatively good way around. Oh, wow. That was a bad combination. That works better for us, though. That was fine? Okay. Cam. Okay, yeah, Cam is definitely a bit easier for me. There we go. Get rid of you. Yeah, not 100% certain what you mean with that, Liz, so just let me know, because we haven't gone for the priest because we're in a bit of a temple. Oh, you only just got Bienfu. Okay. Yeah, I'm a few hours ahead of you then. No, we're significantly farther than where you are currently. Just because, for easy reference, 22 hours of playtime currently, so this is going to be a bit spoilery for you and your chat currently. And thank you very much, Cam, for the coolant delivery. May as well do that since there's not really mobs in the way. Always gotta make sure to stay hydrated. Let's see here. Didn't go this way, so... worth checking, because we need the cat souls anyways. Sounds good, Liz. Hopefully you can enjoy the lurk. The lock on the sacred seal door... When the jewels and chalices shine, the jewels on the door... Jewels 7 shine... Okay. So I'm guessing we just need to find 7 switches and turn them on. Makes the most sense. And welcome, Shochan Gaiden 64. Welcome very much to the freezer, and hopefully you're having a good night so far. It'll definitely be appreciated for any lurkers, just because I know that ends up being a fairly common point, since most of the time my selling point ends up being my voice anyways. So I tend to talk about kind of random topics while we're going through the game anyways, just to maybe avoid spoilers for folks anyways, although you can still kind of hear the fights in the background, but... yeah, moot point, I suppose. Anyways, elevator block here as well? No, we have to actually go up top for that one. Noted. Let's see. Assuming nothing new, let's just go up here and see what's going on. We can fill that with water. Why would we want to fill that with water? Excuse me? That's not how water works, world.
Whoa! Bridge.
Doesn't that mean the waterfall is just gonna block me? Can you turn it off and still have the bridge? I guess so. Huh. We just had to fill an invisible section of the ether with water, and we made a bridge. Bit of an odd situation to set up, but I guess we'll take it. Yep. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? Yeah, basically. Other than indents. So I need a gem to actually... yeah, and it's just literally right here. They could have made that a little bit harder. A flower-shaped one. And then 200 for you, so sure. Ooh. Chibi Inu tail. I don't care about the tails as much, but... looks like a jewel. You said the jewel. Then we'll turn that off. There we go. Thankfully, these kind of pedestals work very well as light switches, so as long as you're good at flicking it on and off, you'll be relatively well prepared for this dungeon. Which is nice of these priests, because I can't imagine a demon getting through here would make it that much easier for them. Also, I'm trying to do that, because this is just quick travel, and I understand why they did it now, but definitely different. Let's see here, we get a warp point, as well as a chest. Which we've been to already. What does the warp point help us with? I think the warp point just kicks us back to the main room, right? Yeah, warp point kicks us back to here, and then that door's open because we've turned off all of the things, so that door's no longer glowing, I think. I guess let's see. Yeah, that's open now. You can kind of see it in advance, which is always nice, but on the map you can see we've lit up enough to open the door, I guess. Some mechanism prevents the door from opening. The jewels are of 2 colors, blue and white. They resemble the jewels on the chalice pedestal. Perhaps they're connected. So then, we've got the 4 here. Would that imply the 3 back here need to be turned on again? Let's try that and see. Because that's gonna... oh, that's why the warp exists. Okay. Duh. Because you can turn these teardrops back on and it'll light up in the door. Okay. Turn that back on. That will flood the door again. Although, isn't one of the warps tied to the teardrop one? I guess we'll have to see, but... Let's see. That's a diamond, so I don't think that one we need to worry about. But is just doing the one teardrop in that one enough? Because that's at least my thought on the matter. Let's see here. Oh, people streaming. Yeah, that's a diamond too. Alright then. I guess we'll have to take a quick peek around for the teardrop ones. Then we can just fill that out nice and easy. Now let's see, I believe this one was the warp. Yeah. Hello. Then we can warp back into here. Then we'll need to turn back on... I'm assuming these two over here, because this one is obviously a water one. Yep. Which will prevent us from going that way, but we already have a downwards exit anyways, and then we'll just have to go into the other room and do, I'm assuming, the same thing. That's not too hard. Let's see. Oh, Girl DM's going too. Friday nights are always busy for streaming. But it's one of my free days, so that's kind of what I have to do anyways. But I guess just kind of while we're cracking and eating faces here for the moment. How is everyone doing overall? Have you been able to enjoy your week so far? Or is this ending up being a bit more of a cooldown period when it comes down to it? Just because I can't imagine that the weeks get any easier going into summer right now. I just completely whiffed that. Alright, Magalu. And smack.
Its guardian was angry at it. Hold on. You can
Oh, okay, and you work for her.
yeah, sort of.
That'll be nice at the very least. I know I've kind of just been wrapped up in making some advancements in terms of the stream. Just because I'm going to have to look into grabbing a capture card in the future, which is going to be interesting, to say the least. Because I would like to do some console streams, but that does still just require me to be able to actually get it going. Which I have the room for it, I believe. And then maybe I could do Odin Sphere and Muramasa. And I can start tuning into the Vanillaware kick that I've had for the longest time now. There we go. Yeah, that opened the door. Yay, success noises, we opened the door. But it would be nice to kind of go back into a bit more of a Vanillaware kick, just because I do like that developer for all of the work they do. And I'd like to actually just kind of show that off on stream. Thankfully, the PS4 Lefthauser edition. No.
How very intriguing.
Very intriguing. Thank you, Magulu. We needed that. But Odin Sphere is definitely a good Vanillaware game to get into, just because of the high concept it has going for it. Also, there's just kind of a tree in here. And, oh. Well, there's the child. That's awkward.
Well, there you are.
I really hope we have some way of curing these people.
That barrier again.
Looks like we were right. Another Therian.
Just as Velvet conjectured, each of the 7 heads seems to assume a different form.
Yeah, but it's awkward that there's a child model inside of that.
It was here. Well, look at that. I guess your hunch panned out too, kiddo.
This is just how I felt in Lord Forest. That must have been an Earth Pulse point back there, too.
Well, what are we going to do with this? Can we get it to shrink like that bug of yours?
I don't care whether it lives or dies.
We may want to care,
Take out one of Inominat's heads.
because I'm fairly certain that's the lost daughter that we're looking for, and maybe the werewolf won't necessarily be as big of a pain to deal with going forward. Let's see. Snake, Demi, and Fiend. Arts. Pressure Bottle. Slag Assault is good. I don't think Velvet has anything for Fiends, so... that's probably fine.
Try not to let it eat you.
That'd be very uncomfortable.
I really don't like that they can just stand guard at the same time, but oh boy. There we go. That's better. Elemental. You're weak to fire. Resistant to earth. X, that makes sense. There we go. Let's not get shot by the tree. That might be a little bit awkward going forward. Let's see. What was I talking about before? I think before the raid came in, I was kind of talking about character design before, just because I've been meaning to redesign some of my older characters now that I've gotten into VTubing, and it might end up being a bit of a creative measure to get into, just to get some more ideas for amplifying Jude's model a little bit. But the space-traveling bounty hunter Naga that I have is kind of my first idea in terms of an advanced model. Since that's entirely possible to do in V-Roy, just it is awkward to actually get done, since you have to erase most of the leg texture and tie the rest of it to hair that does not react to said legs. But that would be an interesting option to take, if only to see if it can work. Here we go. Because I know V-Roid ends up giving you a lot of options when it comes down to it, and it's kind of just trying to work out whether or not you can get it to work, and how cleanly you can actually get it to work. Since I know it's relatively easy to just kind of get... oops. How about not standing in that? Why can the tree cast fire? Oh, she's dead. Didn't quite see that. Velvet, use a life bottle on Eleanor, please. There we go. Then we'll get that off. There we go. That's better. Yeah, let's kind of just cancel that out. I do like the fights in this game. I know some people apparently had some issues with the combat for Bersaria, but I personally like it. I know it's complicated, but like you can get used to it relatively well, I'd say. Oh no. Then get that off. Oh boy. Okay, right, I forgot about the high damage off that. And I especially forgot about that. Laphicet, can you use a life bottle on me, please? Oh. I missed all of the benefits of that. Get that going. But in terms of character design, I guess I should look into it a bit further, because she had a relatively basic design when I did have her back in the day, but it ends up becoming a point... Really? I'm just dead off that, then. Die, please. These fights aren't even that hard, just they whip out those supers and it gets a little bit too quick. Oh no. And then get health back that way. And get health back that way. There we go, that's a bit better. But since her initial design kind of ended up being fairly simple, of just being I think just kind of a basic garden snake, Lamia, but in space with heavy armor on, like you would imagine most space bounty hunters would have. But there's probably a better way I could end up doing it nowadays, especially with the options that I've seen and the options that I've come up with. So that might be something I sketch out in some free time, just to see if that can actually work. There we go. Then punch, 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 punch. Sweet, and we got it with the Mystic Heart, so that should probably help with any item drops. Alright, tree, would you like to stop being a tree?
I don't think this Therian's getting any smaller.
Yeah, you kinda ate it last time, didn't you? Nope. Hello.
The demon again.
Hello there, Mama Wolf.
I'm not letting you go this time.
I guess one nice addition that I can talk about when it comes to... Oh, you just straight up murder the thing. That's rude. But the one nice thing with this is that they do actually include the proper weapon models in the cutscenes, which I know some RPGs end up avoiding most of the time, but the Tales of games do at least like trying to get it going. Oh.
Is that Therian eating the demon?
Yeah, that's kind of the definition of a Therian. Ugh. Yeah, not a great scene for her, but... Yeah,
Therian,
demons can
it
talk.
ate her. Malevolence must refer to demons then.
Feeding on demons. I know what that's like.
Ooh. Solace, I see you there. Have fun with it, Solace.
Mommy.
Oh, she has a less demonic form.
Little girl. Is that Kamoana?
I'm not gonna say what you're doing, Solace, don't worry. I'm just saying, have some fun.
All alone. Did I do something wrong? Was I too weak? I'm sorry, Mommy.
Oh, you gotta feel sorry for the girl. She honestly went through a lot, and...
This can't be happening.
eh. Oh well, this is supposed to be one of the kind of sadder games overall, but...
The man from the Abbey made me strong. So
Oh.
please, Mommy. Please come back.
The Abbey made her strong?
By turning her into a Therian? Jeez, those Abbey jokers really get off on this sacrifice stuff, don't they?
I can't
That's
believe
mildly concerning
That woman,
for
she was trying to save her
Griffin,
daughter.
then...
Mommy!
Hmm.
Mommy! I miss you. Mommy!
So yeah, Eleanor, you got any points on this?
All she could do was offer herself to feed her hungry child.
No, this is my fault.
It was completely your fault in this case.
So, should we bring her with us?
someone like her will only slow us down.
That Therian isn't going anywhere.
Oh, hey there, Oscar.
Oscar, what is the Abbey doing? Please tell me, I have to know.
Eleanor, the less you know, the better.
I must know. I killed her mother, and then the poor girl, she...
Ah, so she must have devoured the demon. But don't let that trouble you.
The demon was a necessary sacrifice.
The church is bad, kids.
Pain and suffering.
It wasn't just
Church is bad. Okay.
mother. She was all this girl had. Her one and only mother.
Be that as it may.
I do also like how he still has the bandages. Yeah, go fuck yourself, Oscar. We're done talking.
It's not nice to make a girl cry.
I'm glad he's a pushover.
Kamawana.
It's now or never.
Out of the way, Laphicet.
Wait! Have you no compassion?
This isn't up for discussion.
I thought you just wanted to weaken Innominat! You can sever the link! You don't have to kill her!
Interesting form, though. I'll give her that. Like, for a plant-based thing, interesting idea. Oh.
Oh, someone's had a change of heart. Apparently, a woman's tears truly do have frightening power.
I'm just curious about something Grimoire said. I can always kill this one later.
If we're taking her with us, we'd better grab her and go. No sense lingering in the enemy's territory.
Yeah, we should probably get out of here soon with our new demon plant child.
Do you want to come with me and my friends and get out of here? Where's my mommy? I'll be lonely without her.
Kid? I'm very sorry to say.
You're alone, sweetie. I promise. Even if she's far away, your mother will always be looking over you. How do you know? Because that's what my mother does for me, too.
Aw. Poor Eleanor. She's doing her best to comfort the child.
Okay.
Very awkward form for a child, but... I mean, we didn't kill her. We just got her to revert into a more humanoid form, like Velvet ended up doing. Although that does kind of raise the question what Velvet's full Therian form is. Marathoner? Unlock the Chain Battle Grade bonus. Increase grade earned if another battle is fought within a certain time. Oh, okay, so it basically just makes grinding grade easier. That's nice, at least. Upbreak Soul Static Force with 3 or more souls during Divide Pain to activate. Ability extends the duration of Divide Pain and for 4 seconds prevents status. Interesting. Oh, that's what Laffy said. Gotcha. And Expedition. Finally got one of those extra things.
Scout ship
Took it long enough. Oh, and Oscar's just there. That's actually kind of funny. He's just here, sitting in the water. Hi. Hi. I do like that they actually just think about murdering him right there, but they're at least nice and just leave him. But anyways, time to head out. And welcome, Leah. Hope you're having a good evening so far. And hopefully you enjoy your time resting in the freezer. We just beat up a tree, and we are escorting a small tree child to somewhere else. Is the best way I can put it?
Not good.
Oh.
Malevolence is getting stronger.
That's bad.
The
Can we actually get out?
already starting to show.
Yeah, I kind of figured you ended up taking a nap anyways, so... Welcome, and good morning. Hopefully you had a good nap. From a crap sleep. Okay, yeah, so that was probably going to be a pretty chunky nap, all things considered. But welcome all the same. Always nice to have you here. We're kind of just trolling through or strolling, sorry, I needed an S in there, we're not trolling. We're just strolling through the main scenario quest in this game so far. And since we kind of just took out the Therian here, I don't have a good feeling. Let's just put it that way. We're almost level 30. That's also pretty good. Okay. Let's see. I'm not exactly comfortable with the sky getting super dark either. Because that does imply that we just did something kind of bad. Bird, no. Go away. We don't need burb. We're trying to just keep everything comfy for all the people who can try and rest in here. And then the ward point, which... I guess go to Central? See where that takes us? And Western? Huh. I mean, I'll take it. We kind of need to open up Cat's chest anyways, so the more of these we can get before we head back is definitely helpful in our case. Let's see here. And then, yeah, we need to go right back into town because we'll hit a cutscene right at the door. This is probably where the awkward point is going to come up because we're now going to town with 3 demons, 2 Moloch and an Exorcist. And I can't imagine this is going to go well for anybody. But we'll try. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Was the nap at least enjoyable for you, Leah? That's kind of the main concern when you're trying to take a nap after a pretty crappy sleep to begin with. Does the nap at least help you out? Because I'm guessing you were down for like 4 to 6 hours off that one. There we go. We'll save right here. Just in case something weird happens in town. Oh, we just have her out in the open. A previous crap sleep. Ugh. Well, definitely sorry to hear then. Hopefully you can rest up a little bit going forward. Hey there, Grimoire. What's up?
Grim, what's up? Did you come to share something else you found in that book?
Not quite. I'm afraid the malevolence has grown too dense for me to hole up at the inn reading.
Malevolence?
Oh yeah. That's a concern. The demon blight is just kind of spreading naturally now.
Malevolence. They're all hitting their limits.
And then sudden transformation. Yep. Sudden transformation all into Wolf. And her too. She's just the last one to go.
Even the inn girl. Why is this happening?
They're demons.
Oof.
Their malevolence is spilling over.
The malevolence. All of that energy spilling from their bodies. That's what causes the demon blight?
Oh boy. So if we're gonna actually take out Innominat...
Do you know what demon blight really is? What demons are?
Oh boy. Okay, this opens up some plot... just plot inquiries in general.
Track them down at all costs.
Yep. The Exorcists are finally awake. For now...
Exorcists are going to have their hands full with these demons.
Yeah, we're kind of in a spot where we need to run. Because I think this entire village is just kind of done for now. So, whoops, sorry, all. We're just trying to save the world here. Just trying our best. Yeah, we just completely ignore the town. And she's just gonna chill out on the ship then, I'm guessing? That's at least nice for us because we needed to go this way anyways for the cat's chests, although the one cat's chest that was in town is now probably inaccessible for a while. Because I don't believe we can actually go back into town. So, whoops. Oh. Not much we can do about it now. Let's see. What can we talk about in the meantime, just while we're running for our presumed lives? Or at least just trying to get across the Wow, English dude, that's not quite your friend today. Just so we don't get caught in the crossfire. I guess before we were kind of discussing character design overall. And I should work on a couple of them when I get the time. Oh, hello. That could have been a bit messy. Since I do have the 2 Lamia, the Drider, or I guess quote-unquote Drider, I'm not 100% certain what she counts as fully, but she is a half spider, half human. But just not the traditional Drider. And then I've got some various mages behind my belt that I could probably do better instead of my knockoff Tharja idea. I could probably do a little bit better for design, but keep the headdress in some way. There we go. Then we just get that off there. There we go. That's better. But I think my knockoff Tharja design ended up being a shadow mage. So one that would basically be able to melt into shadows, control them, and manipulate them to her advantage was the rough idea behind her character design. Okay, that's what it means by grade bonus. Makes sense. Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, that's gonna end up... What the heck? Wait. I don't know what that actual status effect was. There we go. That's better. And smack. That's better. Level up for Eleanor, which is always good. And then the grade bonus is definitely handy, but probably not required, so... Oh, right, the chest. Da-da-da. Head on back. Hopefully there's something half decent in that chest, just because it's one of the 185 ones. Anyways, cat's chest. Nope, it was just there. Alright, fine, cats. You want me to spend $185 just to let you out of your chest? I'm assuming that'll just help us later or something. I really have no idea about the end goal for the cats. Well, grab you, and let's head to our ship. Probably save just on the off chance that something goes wrong, but I can't imagine anything going wrong right now. Well, let's see here. This town doesn't seem super affected by it yet, so that's nice. Although that does kind of raise the question on how long is it going to be before that actually takes hold. But oh well. We'll have to see either way. How long have I been going for? About 2.5 hours? I might take a small break in a minute, just so that way I can grab some food. Just as a small snack, because I did have dinner, but I'm a little bit peckish.
Where's my mom?
Oh, she does get a chat sprite.
Your
Huh.
mother is still far away.
Then I need to wait for her at home. Let's go back to Haria. Scary demons are running through the village. It's too dangerous there now. But I want to see my mom. Your mom would be sad if you got hurt by a demon. Come with us.
This is kind of sad.
She comes back. Okay, I'll go with you. I wouldn't want Mom to be sad.
Okay, that's a little bit off-putting, getting her to come that way, but I guess we're keeping her safe, so it's fine. I just hope nothing happens to the small plant child.
All right. You're going to tell me about the demon blight and malevolence. Are you seriously thinking of breaking the Moloch taboo?
That depends.
Moloch taboo?
This is about more.
Yeah, of course there's like a hidden secret that the Moloch can't talk about.
This world really works. The knowledge can be devastating to humans,
No.
throwing into question everything they think they know.
Oh, don't worry, Mitchie, don't worry. We all need to get out a good cry every once in a while.
From humans, for their own protection.
Well, we're a little bit far past that now, Grimoire.
It's not like I'm a human anymore.
I can't keep lying to myself. I can't go on unless...
There we go, Eleanor. Get going.
You asked for it.
Alright, exposition time. I can put the controller down for a second.
First of all, this thing, this illness you call Demon Blight does not exist. Any human carries the potential of becoming a demon. All it takes is for the malevolence lurking in their heart to overflow.
That makes more sense considering what we've seen so far.
What exactly is this malevolence?
But definitely concerning that every single human can get turned.
Sin buried in men's souls.
So you knew.
Of course Magilou knows.
I'm a witch. So malevolence is the darkness in all our hearts. Make any sense to you guys? Any at all?
When you put it like that, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Which is probably why...
Humans are incited by negative energy.
Yeah.
It is easy to turn them towards impurity, creating malevolence. In fact, most people are constantly generating malevolence.
It might even be possible.
We all just have malevolence engines hidden inside of us right now.
This is all that keeps them in human form.
If the masses realize this,
That could be a bit
the realm
concerning.
would be thrown into utter chaos. That's why the
Yeah.
Abbey propagates the lie.
What do
of
you think about
demon
that?
blight.
So I presume.
That can't be true! You know yourselves there weren't any demons before the opening!
It used to be that humans couldn't see demons or Malachim. Not unless they possessed a unique spiritual talent we call resonance.
All your average human would see was someone turning
Boy.
extremely violent. Unable to explain what was happening, they just call those people possessed or feral.
Then what made people see them all of a sudden?
Oh boy, that is a
No.
messy way to set
My
all
guess
that
would
up.
be that something triggered greater resonance among all of humanity. And then, on the day of the Advent, all humans gained the ability to perceive Malachim. And in the following days, the exorcist numbers swelled.
Yeah,
This has to be Artorias' doing.
Artorias made a bit of a boo-boo. Which was kind of expected, but
Why would an entire village turn into demons at the same time?
because the negative energy.
Land with 7 mouths to devour malevolence. Humans produce malevolence, which Therians consume and transmit to Innominat. But when we removed Kamawana from the Earth Pulse point...
Clever boy. That's right. With no Therian to absorb their malevolence, the villagers could no longer contain it.
So you're saying it's all my fault?
There we go. Oh, and she's still curious about what's going on.
You all look so sad. It's scaring me.
Oh, she is a small,
Now we know we can trust the
innocent,
conscience of our
innocent
people.
child.
We tear the Therians away from their Earth Pulse points. Innominat's power will wane, and will prevent this awakening.
But if we take away the Therians, then more and more humans will turn into demons.
I don't know if we can avoid that right now, Luffy said.
The only way to kill Artorias.
Ooh, the knives come out.
Yes, protect the small child at all
Won't
costs.
stop you. Very well.
Does that mean Eisen just leaves us then? No, he's cool with this.
Since each Therian looks different, we'll only find them by capturing the Earth Pulse points one by one.
Oh, this is an awkward position to be in.
Humans and demons.
Ooh, flood the world with darkness to kill the one who the one who started the spread of the darkness.
That's Eleanor.
Cheer up, Eleanor. Your mommy's looking over you too, you know.
Oh, you didn't need to do that. Look at that poor innocent Therian smile. How can you frown at that and not cry at the fact that she got mutated beyond all sense of humanity? I'm a tree.
Grimoire, I want you to tell me more about what you said earlier. About malevolence? I told you, the subject is taboo. I understand that human emotions create a poison called malevolence that turns people into demons. Is there no way to stop malevolence from being created?
It's some adoption papers.
Remain human, no.
I mean, that would require government, and I feel like if this playthrough has taught us anything, Velvet does not give, like, 2 cents about the government.
But Malakim do not produce malevolence, unlike humans. That's a lie. I've watched a Moloch turn into a demon. That only happens when we are exposed to too much external malevolence. True. The island was full of prisoners and
Let's just
demons.
get rid of that for now.
And Melchior hit that Moloch with something that turned it into a wyvern. Was it malevolence?
Melchior just has a way of challenging or channeling his malevolence as an attack, and then infusing that into various Malachim to turn them into demons.
Perfect solution, however. If the vessel is corrupted, the Moloch is as well. That is correct. So if Eleanor turns into a demon, then Laphicet... That must be what Eisen meant when he said he'd hate to see Laphicet's vessel broken. A small crack
That's a
in one's
concern.
soul is often all it takes to break a person apart. So try
I'd be a little bit concerned if Eleanor is swapped into a demon. I don't know enough about, like, post Tales of Bersaria, so I guess we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. Or maybe Laphicet has some way of just keeping her from becoming a demon. To at least save himself. Now why can we come down here? Weird. Alright, well, we're done here. Rest in peace, Southgand. We hardly knew ye.
Sir, we just received a Sylph J from the boss of the Bloodwings. She has a job for us and wants us to meet her in Logres. How should we respond?
Let's do it. Besides, we need to see if that demon in the villa was actually a Therian.
Oh, we're just going for the Griffin right away.
Okay. Might know something about the other Therians too. We're heading for Logres. Prepare to set sail.
Ready anytime.
Alright, well, that works for us at least. Fort Sexton. It doesn't even allow you to go anywhere else right now. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but... yeah, I guess she's just gonna stay aboard the ship for now. I can't imagine all of the Therians are gonna be children, but I really hope not all the Therians are children. That's gonna really suck if they are.
I don't even know what I want anymore.
Come on, Eleanor. Join the Vagabonds.
Hey!
Join the team of anti-heroes. You can do it.
You like to look at that thing, don't you?
Yes. My mother... Someone very important to me gave me this.
And she's trying her darndest to not try and give her the idea that parents might die. Eleanor, you are too innocent of a girl. Oh, she hasn't actually seen herself before. I was wondering about that, actually. Oh. Oh dear, that's not good. Wow, that backfired, like, so quickly. Good job, Eleanor.
I was her age. That's just how I cried. Come, Alana. I want you to see this.
That huge owie.
Oh.
What happened?
big and ugly, isn't it? There are scary things about my body, too.
Huh. Okay, wasn't quite expecting an Eleanor derobing scene.
No, not at all. But are you alright? Does that hurt?
Thanks, sweetie. I'm alright, I promise.
What about me? Do you think I'm scary?
You are not scary at all.
You're such a sweetheart, Kamoana. Nobody could ever be scared of you. Not
Only ignorant people who don't like monster girls would be afraid of you.
You don't have to cry anymore. It'll be
She's an
okay.
adorable little child,
I promise.
and she needs protection.
Okay.
That scar, was it from a demon?
Yeah. They attacked my village when I was a girl.
Leah, if you are still around at the moment, would Shot Through the Heart be an appropriate song for Eleanor right now?
So I could survive.
What happened to her?
The last thing she said to me was, "Stay strong and keep."
Yeah, this seems like it'd be a bit overlooked since it seems like we're in the middle of it now.
Come to the deck. Grimoire says she's learned something from the book. Hey, why's your face so red?
It's nothing.
It's just because Eleanor flashed him. Don't worry, it's fine.
It's nothing, I swear.
Don't worry, small child is just making sure. Anyways, what does the cat have to say about the book?
Remember the second verse of that song Laphicet read earlier.
4 Empyreans may tear him asunder, but so long as there is one receptive to divine power, Therian shall be forever reborn in.
I'm terrible at interpreting songs, so I have no idea.
Right.
That's fair. I was mainly going off of song title anyways, but
And we think that passage means that Innominat and the Therians will be
since the rough lyrics are like shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name.
Suppose that instead of someone being chosen
Like, you can dig into that song a little bit,
the
but
song means that Innominat chooses who becomes Therians.
let's see here.
There is one receptive to divine
Shot
power.
through
Therians shall be forever
the
reborn.
heart lyrics.
What do you think that could mean?
Lyrics
That
isn't spelled with a
someone
K,
receptive to
brain.
Innominat's power will be reborn as a Therian.
Like Kamoana.
Which is to say that the Abbey figured out how to turn people into Therians, and then got right to work.
That's...
Are you really that surprised? Artorias has always been one to prioritize the many over the individual, as I well know. Another thing to consider is this wording about Therians being forever reborn. This could mean that one Therian will be reborn again and again, or it could mean that different Therians will be born to take their place.
That's a little
Even if you
concerning.
kill one, there are more waiting in line. They can't be wiped out.
Looks like prioritizing the one over the many was the right call this time. Eh, Velvet?
I never said I wouldn't kill her, if it would prevent Innominat's reawakening. But Therians can't be killed. Not truly.
That's a bit concerning.
In a nutshell, if you kill one, another person who's receptive to Innominat's power will be reborn as one.
Right. But the song says that 7 mouths feed the body. So there's only so many around.
If you don't kill them, the next ones won't be born.
Exactly. So we remove the 7 Therians from their Earth Pulse points instead. But then, we also have to protect them so the Abbey doesn't steal them back. Or kill them.
Sounds tricky.
We've got to protect.
So we're going to accumulate a party
Real good care of that
of 7 Therians, which currently we're at 3, right?
Probably work on security
Because we've got Velvet, we've got the Beetle, and now we've got the Tree.
It's every man's fantasy, but sadly...
So that only needs 4 more.
We need a hard to find
Roughly.
spot. One where we can guarantee a steady supply of malevolence for the Therians.
Somewhere devoid of people but full of malevolence. Real poser you got there.
With the Abbey in control of the entire continent, finding a place like that will be easier said than done.
Meanwhile, Innominat's reawakening...
All things considered, the Abbey seems relatively bad at actually controlling everything right now, if we're going to be completely honest.
Let's
But
just get to Logris.
All things considered, it should be fine. Oh, but Grimoire's got some thoughts. Girl, you're gonna need to voice your thoughts. Because we're getting into kind of deep story territory now. And that's not gonna help if you're keeping secrets.
Hey, old man! Give me all the water and food you got!
Oh, that's a good sign.
Turn, moron! I was drifting out at sea for 3 days! Almost died out there! Poor you! You probably deserved it! Say that again, wise ass! I dare ya! Shut up, both of you! No one's getting anything until you pay me what you owe for—
Yeah, I do like using music as kind of rough references for things, if only because it seems like a... I mean, that's kind of what they're made for, to some extent anyways.
What's going on?
They've jacked up the price to dock our ship here.
Huh.
Oh yeah? Some real balls you've got there, buddy.
If you lot want to moor here, that's the price you're gonna pay. Look, pirates are a liability to begin with, but calling your crew infamous these days would be putting it lightly. The more wanted you are, the more it's gonna cost to hide you. Capiche?
Hard to argue there. Benwick, just pay the man what he wants.
Yes, sir. You're such pushovers. You and the captain both.
I knew I could count on you to come through, Eisen. Pleasure doing business with you.
Sure, just take advantage of the Moloch. I'm sure nothing will go wrong if you do that.
It comes with the job. Don't sweat it. Some sailors just have longer tempers than others.
No.
Let's see here. Shot through the heart is more just a physical interpretation if she basically just got stabbed by whatever demons was taking out her family. Oh. A jacketless outfit for her? Huh. Why is that part of the jacket? Weird. And then hat style. The hat styles are always just funny to me, if only because of the fact that it's just awkward hair pullback on that. Either way. What can we do here? Oh, expedition returned. Anything good? Yep, we got the other bit. Now is that everything we needed off that? Yes. So, new island time. And then Dial? No?
Alright, everything's all fixed up.
We haven't actually seen Dial for a while now.
You really throw your back into your work, don't you?
Why shouldn't I? The Von Eltia's our pride and joy, our weapon. And most importantly, our home.
I'm sure you've heard this before. She's one odd-looking ship.
The Von Eltia was built by the kingdom 12 years ago, using the very best
I
technology.
don't think I remember the tune for this song though, so I can't really sing it.
On the high seas. Apparently, her unusual design comes from an
But not quite. Shot Through the Heart is more so a love song than anything else. That doesn't quite work for tragedy, except if it's on a 1v1 situation.
People thought the ship was bad luck. She was about to be scrapped when Captain Eyfried came
Boy.
and snatched her for himself.
I'm sure there's some song that can describe what Eleanor's situation is, but I'd have to do some digging.
A sturdy ship capable of reaching the far continent.
Either way.
I asked him why, he said,
Since we've been going for about 3 hours now, I probably should grab at least a small snack.
You name it.
3 years ago when the first mate arrived, it all made sense.
Yeah, because I mean, 10 o'clock. We've still got a couple hours to go, so I probably should make sure I'm at least fed.
Thing that happens. I bet you're all just frustrated because you're forced to go where they tell you.
None of us are forced to be here. We're here because we choose to be here. And we do so fully knowing what sort of men the captain and the first mate are.
Anyone can leave the crew whenever they like. We're free pirates, each of us. Here because we want
Ooh, he's got a bit of an accent.
Some are looking to test their fate, and some are just searching for a good place to die. We're a ragtag.
It's hard to tell if that's actually authentic or not.
One of us has died carrying regret.
It's so slight, I want to say it's not authentic, but
you'd best not forget what we stand for.
You never know. It could be real.
They're quite the crew, aren't they?
Were all those accidents truly caused by your power?
Yeah. I've been searching far and wide for a way to lift the Reaper's curse. But when I couldn't find a single thread to follow on this continent, I turned my eyes to the other side of the ocean.
And that's why you boarded this ship.
And a fine ship she is. The Von Eltia was built from 1,000-year-old wood, you know. Before I found my coin, she was my vessel. But then the accidents came.
And then Ifrid stole the ship. Did he know you were on board?
Definitely. He had pretty solid resonance going for him. Although at first, I think he assumed I was just a dour-eyed lubber worthy of little notice.
I suppose being a Reaper tends to take its toll like that.
No argument there. But still, whether they could see me or not, they didn't act any differently at all. I fought my damn curse with everything I had. And Ifrid and his crew fought right along with me. Hell, we even finally made it to the far continent.
And you didn't find anything there? To help with your curse?
I didn't even look.
But that's why you went there, isn't it?
Eventually, I just got tired of fighting back. The crew, they taught me how to feel alive. And the joy of pursuing my dreams alongside good friends.
Aizen found the power of friendship like a true shonen protagonist. Not necessarily a bad thing, but a bit awkward considering what the Reaper's Curse ends up doing for him. You'd think it'd be in his better interest to just kind of get rid of that maybe you can just have fun adventures with your friends and not have to worry about that all the time. Yep. A drop earring. Huh. I'm sure that's useful for something. Someone on the ship? There we go. Alright. Well, while they're talking at least, I'm just gonna go grab a quick snack, so just give me a minute.
Over the sea, the least they can do is let honest folk through it.
I get why you're upset, but maybe they just haven't been able to devote the resources to fix it after those savage demons wrecked the place. Look, those demons who attacked Helavis are still on the loose, aren't they?
Yep. Standing right here.
From what I heard, the demons who wrecked Vortigern were the same ones that killed the High Priest.
What? No way. Wait a minute. The High Priest was killed?
Yeah. The official story is that he's injured or sick or something, but I heard differently.
Then no wonder they haven't had time for Vortigern. I hope the Abbey finds those demons quick. Those monsters need to pay for what they did.
Looks like our infamy is growing by the day.
Maybe they've even put a bounty on us by now.
They keep embellishing our escapades, though. I'm honestly a little hurt they're calling us monsters.
The more they embellish, the easier it is for us to get around. Confusion and panic will only help us.
Almost made it back in time. I'm just kind of getting some popcorn together. That's going to be a relatively light snack for me, so that'll be nice once it's ready. Let's see here. Now that we're actually in this area, what can we do? Odorless fluid, always your friend. And then we're still missing pretty much all of the chests here, so I may as well just kind of fish those out and see what we can do. We can't leave town from this side, which is interesting. I'm not sure why we're limited on that. I kind of wonder where the other two chests are now, though. Doesn't seem like they're in fairly obvious spots. Unless there's just new chests that formed from the past. No, because we can't go over there. Might be able to go into a ship or something like that. No. Let's just take a quick peek this way then, just to see what's going on. And I'm gonna take it as you guys probably can't hear the popcorn actually popping right now, right?
Not even the Abbey knows their full scope beyond whispers and rumor. And you all have a connection to them, don't you?
Dark and interconnected is the underworld. We've heard voices in the shadows, glimpsed faces behind paper-thin masks.
The attack on High Priest Gideon. Was that
At least it seems like the noise gate is keeping that out.
Bloodwings asked us to take him out.
Either way,
Did it in
should be
exchange
fine.
for information that could lead us to Artorias.
Information? You would assassinate a man for mere information?
Yes. Information on the shepherd who rules the world. Not a bad deal if you ask me.
We just work with them when our interests align. Nothing more.
That's the kind of thin justification I'd expect to hear from them, too.
But the Bloodwings were acting upon knowledge that the High Priest
There
was
we go.
harming the people of the city.
You're right. The incident with the nectar was the church's failure.
I'll be right back.
And it seems
Just gonna
the
go put that in a
Bloodwing
bowl,
were
and then I can
further
snack.
and deeper than we had thought.
They knew about the barrier at the throne, too.
And Velvet's expertise at dove mimicry.
Would you stop bringing that up?
Dove mimicry? What does that mean?
I have no idea.
There was a dove near the dock checkpoint. That's all.
Huh?
Right! It was a black, full-chested dove, wasn't it? Cuckoo!
A black, full-chested dove? Is that some sort of underworld code word?
There we go. Should be able to hear me now. But as per usual, since we are kind of at the 3-hour mark, I do want to thank everyone very much for coming by so far. It is nice to have people lurking in here, just that way you can listen to me ramble on while I talk about complete nonsense while I'm going. And it's always nice to see about how far I'll be able to push my streaming career in the future, so
Here we are.
always just nice to have you around.
It was a lot tougher to get in the first time.
More funny than tough, if you ask me.
Oh, you mean Velvet's little dove act?
Coo coo. I'd be careful teasing her if I were you. You know how she can get.
Oh, don't act like you didn't enjoy it too. I'm sure you did, right? Good little boys don't lie to adults, you know.
I might have. Just a little.
Say it like a dove.
It was funny. Coo coo.
Fluffy said is a pure boy, so always a little bit hard to just kinda let him go.
Grimoire seemed perplexed by it.
Yeah. She said it was written in ancient Avarost, a language that uses Impressionist script.
I've never heard of Impressionist script.
Each character can have many different meanings and readings, depending on the emotion it's expressing and the way it relates to the characters around it.
That sounds like a rough language.
Grammar and structure survive, but none that say how to read the emotion the characters express. Grimoire said that you have to recreate the writer's feelings as a sort of starting point in order to read it.
I see. And you have a talent for that sort of thing?
I guess I do.
But a script based on emotions? That's as far removed from modern language as can be.
Yeah. It's completely unrelated, apparently.
How can it be completely unrelated?
After the temperance of Avarost, the entirety of human civilization vanished. The language went with it.
Much as a blooming flower loses its petals, the Avarost civilization grew too far and came to its final.
That'd be an interesting concept to work with, though. Because if you had someone, if we had that kind of rough emotion-based writing in our day and age, if you think about it one way, someone could interpret a book as being maybe a bit too nice if they are trying to think the emotions of the author were endearing, or they could think of it as completely dark and gruesome if they thought the author was a bit angry about everything. Also, the enemies changed here to match stronger ones. That's a bit concerning. Because there were axe beaks here normally and wolves and monkeys, but those are upgraded monkeys and upgraded birds. Weird. Yeah, bush ape. Huh. I guess I wanted to make it just easier to grind when you're on the mainland. Since you're going to be a higher level anyway, it's no point in having the lower level stuff in there. There we go. Now then. Oh, that was Floppy Set's thing. Right, don't have to worry about that. There we go.
It was amazing, wasn't I?
Shell Shredder's done. That's good. And we got the amphibial. Neat. Still have to do the Floric though, so we'll just stick with that for now. Now then, I'm assuming it'll want us to just go straight back into town, so what do you got for us? Town still looks good. No surprise there.
Man, the capital sure is big.
Yeah, with historical buildings and artisans and all, there's much of interest here for a boy who loves to learn.
Uh-huh.
Sightseeing's nice and all, but don't wander off and get lost.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Don't worry about him. He can take care of himself. I know. I was just saying.
Velvet is always the big sister in these scenarios.
Travelers, I have some good news for you. The restrictions on travel to the Aldina Plains are going to be lifted soon. The road's opening back up!
So, that's the latest word on the streets?
Ha! I see what you did there.
I try to liven things up around here.
Well, ever since Lord Artorias became the Shepherd, demon attacks have gone down. The world's filled with hardships, but perhaps things are starting to go in the right direction.
Perhaps. The demons who nearly destroyed Halavis are still skipping about on the loose, though.
What?
And just the other day, a village near Salt was destroyed by the demon blight. Guess the capital doesn't mind, though.
What?
Don't worry about it. Your shepherd and the Abbey are going to save the world, right?
Listening to you has kinda gotten me all nervous again. If you hear any other scary stories, let me know, please.
I've got one with fresh blood, melted bodies. Oh, maybe that tale about the demon doll that comes alive.
If you're going to waste time, we're leaving you here.
Well, that's enough of this detour then. Sorry to be such a drag.
Good old Magilu.
Really cool.
She's at least trying to keep things interesting, so I'll at least give her the benefit of the doubt in that respect, but you don't need to egg the guy on. At least not yet. Let's see. Looks like there is going to be a chest in here, so I'll kind of have to see wherever that is. Oh, is this the... Oh, okay. No, bit of a stage show. That works.
Modulu's troupe just put on a real show.
Modulu?
The best. The dancing was every bit as great as I'd heard.
We actually have copycats.
The Modulu? Surely you mean Magilu. Has my time to bask in fame finally come at long last?
No, we're talking about Majulu, not Magilu.
You know, Lulu, the famous dancer? She actually goes by the majestic Lulu, but everyone calls her Majulu.
Just watching the beauty of her dance, you can't help but feel like maybe everything's gonna turn out okay in the world.
Sounds like a pretty cheerful act she has.
Cheerful? This is all a ripoff! She's just trying to pass off as Magilu's menagerie and profit from our good name!
What good name? We don't actually perform anything.
I was planning on getting started eventually.
I'm glad that she's getting so frustrated over an act that we used to sneak into the town, but
I can't just ignore that, you know.
getting a little bit far in there. Oh, so hello. random nameless NPC.
You did great today, Majulu. I loved it.
Thank you so much. But according to my teacher, I still have a long way to go. I'll work hard to do better next time, so I hope you'll come see me.
The fact that she's blonde is not exactly helping this case.
Volta, whose immense talent brought him all the fame in the world. But Volta suffered a tragic injury that took him forever from the stage, and now Majulu was working hard to carry on his dream.
Aww, what an inspiring shonen story. Or I guess shoujo story.
I am. My teacher and I work really hard to put on performances that'll leave a lasting impact. And I refuse to let anyone call me a phony.
Oh? And how do you propose to stop me? Taking it to the stage and seeing which one of us can better hold a crowd?
Yes, that's just what I was hoping for.
Lulu, don't go around picking petty fights.
But sir, this woman, she...
You should know better. If you have the energy to spare spitting vitriol at people, you should refocus that anger into moving your body.
There we go.
If you need to express yourself, do it on the stage.
Yes, sir. You're right.
Oh.
Teacher, is the pain acting up again?
Thank you for the hydrate and the joint realignment, Non.
Pain compared to losing the ability to dance. Anyway, what matters is how you're holding up.
I'm fine, sir.
I am a bit concerned how this guy used to dance before, but that's kind of besides the point. Oi, there we go. I just hope he's not trying to profit off of a young girl's talent.
Seems strict.
He does. But keep in mind that Volta recognized her talent at a young age. He even adopted her so he could pass on everything he knew. Strict, but only because he believes in her.
That's throwing up red flags.
I'm sort of a fan of theirs, you could say.
A teacher and his student.
Eleanor's a fangirl.
What a sweet little story they have.
Is that a side quest?
It's high time for Magilu's menagerie to put
Yeah, that's a side quest. Okay.
our act will be a comedy duo.
Comedy? Where'd you get that idea?
You heard me propose a challenge to little Majulu, right? But not one of you knows a single acrobatic trick.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. You couldn't have seen this coming.
Well, you could act like you feel a little bad at least.
I know one thing I'm a bit curious about, at least for the endgame, is why Magilu looks like a half-elf.
With comedy, I can take control of the stage and keep things.
I don't really recall any of the other characters so far looking like that, and it just kind of sticks out a little bit too much. And she obviously knows more than she lets on. So it kind of feels like they're baiting in some kind of a story with Magilu right now, just... They're kind of giving it to you piecemeal, and I hope we get something more a bit soon on that.
After all, people will come thinking we're Majulu's troupe.
You're sure eager to profit off of her good name.
That's exactly the material I want. Keep throwing out such zingers and the audience will be in stitches.
I'm not sure I follow, but okay.
The only thing getting thrown out is gonna be you.
You know, I think you could pull off being the straight man in our act.
What? Keep your compliments to yourself.
This plan might sound dumb, but more money never hurts.
Eisen, not you too.
Then it's settled.
When in doubt, go for profit, kids.
I got it in with all the stage directors in town.
Don't actually do that. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Magilu is clearly just insane.
You all have. Everybody?
Even me?
Certainly. Each one of you is a part of Magilu's menagerie, after all.
And only Rokuro cares.
I'm not so sure about this.
Good old Rokuro is always here for a fun time. And does that continue our quest chain then? Oh, on the... There we go. Hello. What do you got for us?
Whenever I hear Magilu's name, I can't help but think of Magilanica. Magilanica? Who's that?
Oh, she's just a girl who worked as part of the freak show. Talked to spirits nobody else could see.
That's her, all right. She had many mysterious powers.
like moving things without touching them and divining where people would find lost objects. For a time, people called her the Little Witch. She was pretty popular.
Thanks to her, the rest of the troop took in plenty of cash. Or so I hear.
Yeah, but eventually they took it too far, and the kingdom tried them for heresy. I hear Magilanica was subjected
That seems a little bit on the nose.
Everyone knows this story.
Well, I've never heard it.
That's not too surprising. It all took place when I was a young woman myself.
Remind me, Magilo, how old are you again?
What? How old would you say I am?
Well, from your reaction, I can at least tell you're not my age.
Oh boy. Okay, well. Those are one chest. Don't worry about that anymore. I really hope we get more confirmation on Magulu at this rate. I've had so many questions pop up as we've been playing this because they just poke at Magulu and they just poke in her story whenever it feels necessary to. And we've at least gotten character development for Laphicet, we've gotten character development for Aizen, we've gotten character development for Roguro, and we're getting it for Eleanor. So it sounds like Magulu is next.
It most certainly is true. Hey, shh, they'll hear you.
I know someone who works in the palace, and he said the demon was a girl with the head of a wolf and the body of a gorilla.
But how could a demon have gotten into the palace?
Apparently, there was
That's an apt description of Velvet, considering how much you can strong-arm everyone.
Snuck the demon into his villa. They say that's why people sometimes heard terrifying screams coming from the place.
Oh, is the demon still there?
No idea. Rumor says she escaped, but I wouldn't worry. There's no way she'd stick around here.
That's what you think. She's right here, so you'd better watch out.
Stop messing around already.
Boy. Magulu can get away with the truth and everyone else will see it as a lie. That's usually a good sign that you've kind of won as a swindler. There's 2 chests here that I missed? Really? That's a bit surprising, actually. I thought I did a pretty thorough comb over when I was last here.
The nights are so cold of late. It's gotten harder to get flamestone, too.
I hear the port at Heloise is at a near standstill.
Yeah, because the port at Heloise exploded.
From Mount Killerhouse. They can't get it shipped out. I'm sure the Abbey is aware of the situation. It's not just us who are suffering. We have to endure.
Times like these is when we need to practice Lord Artorius' teachings. The many outweigh the individual.
Exactly. I'm sure Lord Artorius will think of us soon and send aid.
He doesn't give a damn about any of you.
How dare you!
Yeah, Lord Artorius is not exactly your friend in this case.
Artorius wants to save humanity as a whole. Your individual troubles aren't important to him.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Aren't we part of the whole he wants to save?
What happy fools.
Sorry about that. She didn't get to see his speech, so she's been taking it out on everyone around her.
Really? What a troublesome kid.
But really, that speech was incredible.
Oh boy, they are not going to make life easy on Velvet once she can actually get her revenge. Also, we've killed a couple things. Or 2. Now am I missing any? I guess not. Right, because we took out the Harpy and then we took out the Kraken. I guess there aren't any others kind of in the... I guess there's none other available at the moment. I guess we'll have to see when the next one actually pops up.
Wait outside. The boss of the Bloodwings knows an exorcist is with us, but...
Say no more. I'm sure they have clients who wouldn't appreciate their faces being known to the Abbey.
Correct. Laphicet, you stay with Eleanor.
Okay.
I'll be back soon.
And I'm sure nothing will go wrong here.
My thanks for coming all this way. It's been a while. Would you care for a peach pie?
What do you want?
Oh, it would do you good to unwind every now and again, you know. Stretch a bow too far and its string is bound to snap.
What do you want?
I would like you to escort this person out of the capital.
They have a burp.
Something smells about this. Literally. Where am I taking them?
Somewhere the authorities can't reach them.
Sounds nice. I could do with such a place myself.
No joke. We've been looking for a place to lay low, but we haven't had any luck yet.
Well, come to think of it, I've heard a rumor that it's been a while since the Abbey has had any contact from Titania.
Prison Island.
Titania? But I thought the Abbey was in direct control of that.
We did kind of half destroy it before we left.
That bad since you left?
Sometimes the answer is right under your nose. I think it might work.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's plenty of beds there, so folks can have fun there.
Definitely get their fill of malevolence there.
And the Abbey is far too goody-goody to imagine an escaped prisoner would ever return to her prison by her own free will.
At the very least, I'd say it's worth checking out.
I take it our intel has proven useful?
It has. But before we go, have you heard anything about the Abbey harboring demons?
I'm aware there was a demon in the villa, and that it has been relocated.
Where?
I can't say right this moment, but I'm sure we will find out shortly.
All right, then in exchange for this passenger's safety, I want...
It's not very subtle that we're talking about the griffin when there's literally an eagle that looks very unique right here.
Confrontation with Melchior. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you find him.
Yeah, you really blew that one, Toots.
It's fine. What's done is done.
Have you given up on finding Eifried?
No, I haven't. The crew and I will do whatever we can to quash the Abbey's plans. We do them enough damage, and the Abbey ought to start thinking about putting their hostage to good use. They'll set him up as a trap for us, and that's when we'll steal him back.
Attacking the Abbey to create an opening for his escape.
I need to take the mic off to eat, but
that's what Eifried would do.
Either way, it's nice to get the cutscenes in. But since we are kind of hitting the end of it here, I think. How is everyone doing so far? Have you been enjoying your Friday overall?
They're taking a while. Yeah.
Just because I know it ends up being a little bit cleaning up the week, but
mission for you. You are to protect the
it's always nice at least to hit the weekend. You can get stuff done, and that's always nice at the very least. I know I managed to get my appointment booked for my second COVID shot, so that'll be at least nice to get done next week.
Take a walk around the capital for a bit? I can show you some of the sights. But, You can't trust me. I understand.
No, it's not that. I promise. I'd love to go sightseeing with you, Eleanor.
Laffy said. Well, we'll do it another time, okay?
Why?
It's just, you know, Velvet would get mad at us.
Get mad about what?
Good timing, Velvet.
You're done. And who is this?
A VIP entrusted to us by the head of the Bloodwings. We're stowing them away on Titania where the bad guys can't get at them.
The prison island? Just who is this person?
Didn't ask.
What?
Hey, something smells nice.
Huh?
Stop sniffing things. We're leaving.
That's a bit concerning. Why does our new passenger smell like flowers?
I do not know, but his hawk seemed extraordinarily well trained.
Trained to hunt, maybe?
I'd imagine. It takes a great deal of time and money to train a bird like that. What is it?
I smell something nice.
Indeed. The scent is somehow familiar. It can't be.
What are you two sniffing?
And in case you ever need uncompressed sniffing noises, I guess Tales of Bersaria is here to provide you.
We're talking about hawks hunting, aren't we?
Come again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Please excuse my poor manners. I can't believe you take a job without bothering.
Boy. Silly girl.
This recipe looks real tasty.
Cool. Carrot juice.
Scout ship.
Yes, we'll keep going.
Escorting or why? The less you know, the less trouble you invite.
Hey there, Coffee Spider. Welcome, welcome. Tales of Bersaria is going pretty well so far. I'm not 100% certain how far into the game we are right now, but I want to say like 30%? 30-40% maybe? I don't really want to look up an exact guide for it, but we've been making good strides so far. How are you enjoying your Friday so far? Have you been able to enjoy yourself and kind of just rest up a bit? Or has it just been busy, since I know streamer life can keep us relatively tied down for most of the time? Ah, good. As long as you've been chilling, that's what matters the most. Just because I know the week can always get a little bit hectic, and as long as you can wrap it up by Friday night at least. Oh god, the monkey's fast. How about no? We don't need to deal with Monkey. But it is nice that you're able to just kind of wrap things up by Friday and kind of just rest up for a bit. I know I'm going to have to run around a little bit tomorrow morning just because I need to get some shopping done. But that's all in the name of just keeping well stocked, so I can't really fault it for that. And at the very least, I get some time to kind of just hang out with folks and say hi and chat for a little bit while we're making our way through a pretty long-form RPG. I figured I'd run out of energy to actually play this, but I guess I'm glad to be proven wrong.
Comedy act into tonight's show. I'm still breaking in my new partner, but I can carry the act.
So why is my phone vibrating so much?
For you, Maggie.
There's that many people going live, huh?
But you get 200 flat, no expenses, no per diem.
Oh, come on, don't be so stingy.
It gets worse. Our headliner is doubling up after, and the opener flubbed their lines and lost us minutes.
Playing deuce for a cold house? Well, alright, them's the breaks.
What the hell are you even saying?
I'm saying we're going on, and you're my straight man.
What? You're serious?
I'm glad we're still continuing this. Is this actually a side quest that we're doing? With the Mug Illuminatory?
A glare of contempt every now and then. Just trust me.
Oh, hold on. This is all happening so fast. I'm not sure I'm ready for...
That's great. I'm not sure if Velvet's exactly known for being in show business. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're just kind of in it now. Well, sorry, Velvet. Not much we can do about that now.
We're still new to the comedy business, but we'll do our best to give you a memorable show. Now, I'm Moggy, the bright, beaming one in the pair.
Alright, well, let's see how Moggy's comedy actually works.
Hey, what's wrong, Belle? Everything okay? You need to put some energy into this, or we're in trouble. Come on! If you've got one redeeming feature, it's your Moxie.
Yeah, Moxie by killing everything. Velvet was not made for a stage, she was made for the battlefield.
For just one moment. Velvet, what are you doing? We're losing the audience!
I can't help it.
I was half expecting us to actually get a minigame during this, but honestly, if it's just a cutscene, that's probably better.
You've got stage fright? So what if I do? That's so unlike you. Just pretend that you're fighting some nasty exorcist and give it some gusto.
Easy for you to say. I'm embarrassed out here.
Don't be such a girl!
I am a girl.
That's it! Just do that, but project your voice!
I can't, and I don't want to.
You're a comedian, you have to! Where's your passion for your newfound art?
I'm not one.
What passion? You forced her on the stage, Moggy.
Deep down, the burning passion of a true artist at heart!
I've had enough! I can't do this with you!
Sorry, folks, show's over.
Yeah, that didn't work out too well.
Well, you've certainly shown me something new.
Kinda figured, but...
A comedy team that just stands on stage whispering to each other.
We're going for a brand new comedic style. So, what did you think?
Mogula, you cannot save face on this one.
Don't quit your day job.
That's what I thought.
Ah, now she plays the straight man.
That was a long walk for that little cup of water. Oh well, works. But is that actually... No, we're still just kind of working on the Lofty set one. I guess there's just going to be, like, miscellaneous speech options as we go along. Just to indicate the progression of the quote-unquote Mogulu quest.
Well, if you want to pay less, maybe you should go find someone more generous. Hmm?
Looks like they're at it again.
Oh, that didn't look good. Oh dear. That just knocked everybody out, didn't it?
Huh? What's happening?
That's not good.
Benwick, snap out of it! Benwick!
Huh? I was haggling for supplies, and...
Tell you what, I'll give you a fair price. Actually, just take what you need. We should all endeavor to help contribute to the common good of humanity, rather than selfishly pursue wanton profit.
Artorias is doing some shit.
What? Are you sure?
No. Wait. What was I saying?
Houston, we have a problem.
You
What was that?
Didn't you, kiddo?
Yeah, it disappeared, but I felt a strong force coming from somewhere to the north.
It's called a domain. A Moloch zone of influence.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning.
It's north of here, then. The Empyrean's throne.
Did that happen because of something Innominat and Artorias did?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like, Rokuro.
No.
It kind of sounds like Artorias is trying to brainwash everyone into the hive mind.
About this. We should get far away from here, and quickly.
I mean, Titania's pretty far away from here.
So, the suppression.
Oh goody, this guy knows about it. I'm sure something will come of this.
Well, that was certainly off-putting. But our job with Tabitha comes first. And we need a hideout soon, too.
True enough.
Alrighty. When in doubt, let's go back to prison. And we're just gonna go up to the front docks, are you kidding me? That's just asking for a problem.
Alright, we're safely on the rolling waves. Don't you think it's time you showed us your face, Mystery Monk?
You're right. My apologies.
Alright, well let's see who our mystery folk is.
I knew it! Prince Percival!
Wait, Prince?
Percival Ilmid Asgard. Crowned prince and heir to the throne of the Midgand Kingdom.
Okay, we're dealing with royalty. Good sign.
So he's next in line, is he?
It looks like someone already had me figured out.
Yes, Your Highness. I could tell from your fragrant wood scent, as only the royal family may wear it. But if I may ask, why?
Okay, dude, if you're gonna run, don't wear your fucking cologne while you're trying to hide. Especially if you've banned the peasants from wearing your cologne.
I don't...
It doesn't matter why you're here. On this ship, you're here for us to use to our advantage.
Treat me as you will. It's not like I can ever go back.
For a fellow born with silver spoons spewing out of his mouth, Princey Pooh's rather laid back.
Prince Percival is an upstanding man, renowned for both his intelligence and his fair, just demeanor. It's widely believed that with him on the throne, Midgand's prosperity will continue and...
Look, I played dumb earlier, but I smelled that scent too. He wore it for us to notice. He wanted us to know just what sort of position he held, and how useful he could be to us.
He surprised me, at least.
Do you think we're being led into another trap?
We definitely can't take that possibility off the table.
Although this is mildly concerning that we're dealing with a crown prince right now. That never ends well when you have to deal with royalty, especially since we're functionally just a party of anti-heroes and vagabonds. Escorting the prince to the prison island. Him from general public. That's not exactly a good sign, all things considered. So 360 pad, what are you doing?
The whole island's a prison. It's like a secret fort or something.
Oh yeah, because everyone else hasn't really been here before.
Yeah, I don't see a single exorcist on watch.
Let's scope out the inside.
Someone cleared the place out first, huh? Alright, controller, you're gonna have to not be so wound up. Like, I'd rather you be a little bit straighter than my spine, but, like, this is a little ridiculous. There we go. That's better. Also, nice on our food count, but... Let's see, anything else around here? Because it kind of just looks like the crew's just looking around at supplies, really. Nothing unusual. Abandoned. Does this so? No, that just kind of says we're out here. Okay. Oh. A wounded exorcist. A dead exorcist.
Are you alright?
Oh. We're dealing with some Dullahan, are we? Okay.
She's dead. The Headless Knight is back?
Oh. Yeah, that's a monkey.
Think this is the demon that attacked her?
Another prison riot?
No, it looks like the demon blight just kind of spread throughout this whole place, and it's now a hell show.
Dial, you two protect Kamoana and the prince. Understood.
Yeah, we'll act as the front guard. It's fine. Although definitely a little bit concerning that we're dealing with functionally the survivors of the prison riot. Because we kinda left them for dead. So I doubt most of them are going to be very welcoming to our presence.
So did the Abbey actually fail to quell the riot?
I find that hard to believe. The prison was heavily staffed with exorcists.
Perhaps it was venomization.
Venomization?
A dark ritual, forcing demons to eat each other in order to produce ever stronger demons.
So the demons devoured each other, creating a demon too powerful for the exorcists to control?
I imagine the riot didn't help.
Now whose fault could that have been, I wonder?
Whatever happened doesn't matter to us now. We need to focus on how to take this place for ourselves.
Sounds like the rough plan is just killing off the Headless Knight.
Right?
That one's probably the leader.
Then we hunt it down and destroy it.
Until we capture the island, let's use this room for our
I
staging
mean,
ground.
by definition, at least it's a Therian, but...
Eliminate any enemies who come in.
Understood.
Don't expect much from me, but alright.
I also still like how Dial's tail still hasn't grown back yet.
Anything happens,
You'd think by this point, like,
to protect you, okay?
he is a lizard. They're supposed to grow back eventually.
Let's go.
Or at least you'd think it would grow back. Maybe that's a bit too much of an assumption for Dial, but... oh well. Now then, which way is the right way? Because I'm going to assume we can kind of just freely explore this place now, without any real restrictions. Yeah? Oh. Random dog head? Okay, that's not good. Is there anything good actually out here for us? I don't think so. Okay, nope. Don't like that they can teleport. Oh well, side area, we get a little bit more cat soul. Nothing to worry about. Wait, let's see here. I really need to write down more topics to talk about. Just because I live a relatively boring life, unfortunately, so it's not the easiest for me to bring up new ones. But I know going... Well, actually, I guess that's fairly topical right now, but the Stream Deck is definitely an option to talk about. Just because I know that some people are toning it as a Switch killer, some people are just toning it as the most hackable thing in existence, so it's going to be very fun to actually have. Also, I probably should fight these tiger heads. Yeah, the Stream Deck itself should be relatively interesting to work with overall. You did get a reservation for it? That's always good to hear. I'm kind of staying away from it for the moment just because I don't do a lot of mobile gaming anyways. Any mobile gaming I do on my phone, and if I really want to actually play a game, I usually don't take my Switch out of the dock. Yeah, no, it's definitely not going to kill the Switch whatsoever. Like, it'll be interesting to have, but it is not going to be a Switch killer. If anything, it's mostly just going to be competition with Nintendo, but definitely nothing past that. Oh, flame pendant. Sure, well, Express also works too. I'm mostly interested in as a dev device. Yeah, that kind of seems like what or at least one group of my friends want it for. Just because it seems like a very easy thing to just kind of break into, like the PSP was back in the day. So it's probably going to get people excited, at the very least, at the concept of what you can put on the thing. Since it's functionally just running, like... It may as well be running Windows. I'd imagine people are going to force that on it anyways. Oh, new snack? New witch. Probably resistant to fire. There we go, that's better. Not really breaking into, it's just more of a handheld PC. Yeah, that's also true. I more so say it's breaking in just because, in essence, aren't all video game consoles just like specialized PCs, really? Aren't they basically just Raspberry Pis? Oh yeah, no, that thing is just purely open.
You think I'm the one that's going crazy?
And Crimson Veil. Those intimidating have a reason to be. Oy. Game could be a little less sexist, that'd be nice. Oh hey, it's Toidles.
Hey, it's you again.
Why is the Toidles here?
I'm so busy. I'm so busy I can't even notice what's going on around me.
It's always Mr. Toidles.
Why bother?
I was hoping to not have to deal with yous guys. Whenever I run into yous, I always lose so much monies.
Because Velvet always forces unreasonable demands on you?
Oh, Miss Exorcist! Your concern warms my little Toidle's heart.
I'm not forcing anything. I just think he's trying to take advantage of us by fixing his prices well above market rate.
Price fixing? As in deliberately marking up items so as to take advantage of the less fortunate?
Yep.
I was under the impression that the Abbey strictly forbade such unscrupulous business tactics.
Perish the thought, Miss. Our accounting is always above board. 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. No matter when's and no matter where's, you can get whatever you needs for the same fair price.
That's good to hear. Eleanor, give the nice turtles that smile he so desires.
I'm sure running a business is hard work. Hang in there.
Much obliged.
I'm so glad we get to bully the turtles so much in Bersaria. Like, it makes sense. Yeah, it's definitely just a fun time overall. Just because, like, they want you to care about the turtles, but, like, let's be real here. The turtles are getting the short end of the stick in this game. Not that that's inherently a bad thing, but it's just kind of funny at this rate. Oh. No, and that just lets you go into the individuals. Alright, so what else do we need? Don't need 2 of those. Definitely don't need 3 of those. This at least gives us some options for everything else, so that's always nice. Although we're not getting nearly as much gear as I figured we've been getting, so I guess we'll have to be a little bit careful. Floric. Get rid of a simple ribbon. Then armor. Armor is where we kind of stack up, but we kind of need to keep a good chunk of it. I guess we should probably keep a good chunk of it. Oh. Alright, Mr. Toidles. You'll need to be extra nice to us, see? In which case, we'll just grab all of the equipment that we don't have one of at the moment, and then we can probably just make it a bit easier going forward. Since, we have money. We have a good bit of money. And then this, we'll just kind of stock up. Maybe not that. We're kind of making do with the, boar recipe right now. And sell, because we've got a good amount of actual sellable things right now. I believe. There we go. Let's just get rid of all of these. Oops, don't get rid of those. Not much. Huh. I mean, I guess we're collecting food, so that's kind of the more important part, but... Ants. We can upgrade that for later, so that'll be nice. And we can grab that into +3. We don't necessarily need those ones anymore. So we'll just kind of get the Floric daggers on him just in case we end up using Rookuro anyways. And then this paper. Then you're probably going to be the Mobius loop. Capability versus dragons, huh? I mean, I'm always down for Eisen to be punching dragons harder, but... Let's see. And that can go up 1, because we're actually using you. And then the Floric Spear may as well go up 1. That's not quite at the point, but... we'll just kind of fill up on everything else. Oh, hey there, Mousy. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're having a good evening so far, and welcome very much to the freezer. How did your stream end up going? Because I know you were kind of working on something before. I was kind of just working on my own stuff, unfortunately. Let's see here. Bye. We're kind of just dealing with some twaddles at some moments. Dealing with their, God, what is even the accent for that? Is that like a really bad Brooklyn accent that they're using for the twaddles? Because I remember it's from, like, the Yu-Gi-Oh's animes with Joey Wheeler and the likes, but it's not quite an accent that I try to use. Oh. One at a time?
We will need to be extremely wary.
Let's be careful, because that's actually a lot more enemies than I figured were going to pop up. There we go. And we did get a demi-human off that. That's nice. Ooh, that's not good. Whipping those is very bad. I swear I keep hearing someone knock on my door. But I can't see a shadow there, so I guess not. That doesn't go down as long as we're paused. Okay, good. We'll steal with you then. Do we need to be wary? Yeah, I guess we will. They're like 5 levels above us. Hey there, Dual Caribou. Hope you're having a good evening so far, and welcome to the freezer. We're kind of just dealing with a few flame witches, is the best way I can put it. Also, I really don't know why my screen keeps doing that weird glow. So far, it hasn't really explained that, or if it has, I've just completely overlooked it. Oh, you want to activate PS1 mode? Okay. Sure, we can do that for a second. Oh. There we go. Let's get PS1 mode activated. And then since we're kind of in a bit of a darker area, let's just do that for a bit of hard lighting. Oh. Alright, Mystic Arts are of a higher class and cost 4 and require combo. What? Including break souls within the combo to help fulfill the requirements. Oh, that's not helpful whatsoever. Yeah, I kind of just added in the PS1 mode yesterday, so this is fairly new. I'm going to be putting it on roughly an hour cooldown, but the timer itself will only be going for about 45 minutes or so, and then we can swap back. As it's a little bit awkward having the kind of manipulatable shading going. Let's see here. Let's see what's in the prison, because it kind of seems like it's a bit of clusterfuck right now. What do they count as? Fiend and Winged. I should probably look into my things. Need to make a redeem sound effect for the PS1 startup sound. Hey there, Dalton. Welcome, welcome. It's not exactly a new model. I kind of just was fiddling around with shaders last night because my friend Crossbite actually mentioned it in Unity that it's always an option. And I kind of liked it in a sense where, like, it's funny to have it here since we can kind of screw around with the actual light source in VC Face to create kind of spooky mode, depending on where we actually put the spotlight. So, I can always get up nice, close, and personal and let you know exactly how I'm feeling and exactly what I'm going to do to you if you do something wrong. Got it? But that's pushing it a little bit. So we'll just put the sun here, just for maybe a bit more balanced. There we go. And I might look into finding a specific sound effect for it. I'm just not 100% certain what would work for us right now. Now then, we need a bird killer. Bird killer Winged. Solo dance is always good. Slicing foot, I believe, is the vertical one. Then pressure buttle, and then we may as well just do that. This is kind of just a funky kick combo at this rate, so... Oh, rude. You don't need to stun me. No. I said no stunning. We do not need that right now. My vote is this, or at least maybe part of it. If you could throw that in the Discord for now, Non, just because I'm probably going to forget about it by the time we finish stream. We're going to do PS1 in the voice swap, huh?
Okay, well we can keep that going for a little bit. Thankfully it's an easy enough swap on my side, so I don't mind it too much. And I guess I'll just have to keep an eye on the time, because I don't really have a secondary timer for the voice swap. I'll probably just keep that on for however long the... It's a very long chocolate bar. There we go. I'll probably just keep the voice swap on for as long as we have PS1 mode going. And whop. Now, would you like to die? No. Getting a little bit too specific with these guys. I'm gonna assume they have a bit of a higher defense, or it's just the fact that they're 5 levels higher than us. Oh. I guess I got stunned at some point. Yeah, man. There we go. That's probably a little bit excessive, Eleanor, but increased item drop rate at the very least, so I don't really mind that too much. Calcite boots and a new, oh, well, handy new spear at the very least. Let's see now. Has Eleanor mastered anything else? No. You've mastered those. You do kind of need those, and Eisen's not exactly getting good access to them, so... There we go. Oh, Expedition, too. Oh, that was awful.
Scout ships.
Oh, well. I guess let's see what's actually going on in the prison right now. Yeah, there's just enemies everywhere. That's awkward. Kinda wonder if there's anything new in the areas, but it doesn't seem like it. Now, can I get past that, or is your model too big? Hey, nice. Model's not too big. So I guess that makes relatively good grinding zones, but it doesn't seem like there's much else in these side rooms. I guess the real question, then, where does it want us to go? It wants us to go to the basement 3rd floor. Huh. And we're here right now, so I guess we need to go down. I guess down, down, down into a burning ring of fire. Depending on how the Headless Horseman actually works.
From the way you were talking,
or the Headless Knight.
you had an idea of who was behind the riot. What happened here?
I'd think someone in your position would know.
There were reports of a large riot, but I was caught up in chasing you, so I heard little else.
It was a small affair, really. Velvet Rokuro and I were being held on this island. Velvet instigated the other prisoners to riot so that we could escape.
She used the prisoners?
Yeah. You'd expect different from me?
How did it end?
We didn't stay to see, but the prisoners were losing badly. At least, that's what it looked like. But if that was the case, then where did all the exorcists go?
I know Oscar left to report
We're going
the incident.
down, down, and another round in sugar. We're going down swinging. Don't know that song off the top of my head, but I wonder if I can find it.
No sense losing our heads, I suppose.
Is that a Christoria?
It looks like we're in for a
Really?
heck of a fight.
Huh.
All we have to do is mop up anyone who's left.
Oh.
What was it called?
That makes it easier for me to search at the very least. You'll just have to keep in mind, my memory is very bad. I've probably heard of it, but I do not remember the name of it.
It's more a matter of quality than quantity. Stronger demons mean more powerful malevolence.
Search.
The ritual mixes the victor's malevolence with that of the devourer,
Fallout
creating
Boy.
a terrible, bloodthirsty monster. You see, the
Going
newfound power
down,
comes at a great
swinging.
cost. With it, the victor's last vestiges of self-control are stripped away.
Ooh, that's an old one. I probably should have heard this.
A seething ball of pure power and malevolence.
Roguro, don't tell me you're considering it for yourself.
Of course I am. I'll
There we
consider
go.
anything that could make me stronger.
You cannot be serious.
What's there to be so surprised about? Well, look at Velvet. She's already eaten countless demons.
You're ridiculous.
He's right. If it helps me find my vengeance.
Also, I'm missing out on some story here while I'm double checking this, but
Wait, are you really going to do it?
Relax. It's not gonna happen. Becoming a monster wouldn't bother me. But when I defeat my rival,
yeah,
I
peeking
have
will
to be
pop.
myself for it to
Yeah, that would have been around the time I was kind of in that phase, but
It is?
Besides,
Fallout Boy.
previous victor of the ritual, I'll have
I
proved
probably
myself
listened to
strong
this,
enough
but
not to need
it's
the
definitely one I left in the past.
Ridiculous.
I might have to plug some headphones in later to double check that one, just so that I can have it in my head instead of trying to go down to... I want to say Johnny Cash, but I'm really bad at remembering artist names at times. And country is not exactly my forte. Alright, well, easy enough. We'll just wander past. Then you.
Are we ready for this?
Now this. This is a problem just because gigantic unnecessary stun waves are very much not needed to deal with this. Then that undead, which I'm guessing will give lunar surface. Yeah, that's nice at least. Nope. Then combo. Nice. And I'm not sure why it came as such a surprise to Eleanor that Velvet eats demons. Like, no. That's not where we wanted to go. Basement. That's the way we need to go. No, you can go screw yourself. Nope. Nope. We already covered Stormhowl, and it kind of feels like we're just kind of going back to my cell, so only so much you can realistically do there. Alrighty, anything else gonna try to stop us while we're here, or can we just cleanly go down here to the bottom 3rd floor? I guess since it's kind of just a thin hallway, they're not gonna stuff too many monsters in here, but it is worrying. Oh. Well, we found them. There's no save point in front of this either, I don't think, so... There we go. But it's awkward that he's standing, like, right on top of our cell, because that little trap door there, that's kind of where Velvet came out of at the start of the game. Let's see here. Yeah, that looks like a Headless Knight.
Headless Knight! He must be the product of the venomization.
Well, I'm gonna assume armored, and maybe demi-human, or fiend?
Not as vicious as our Velvet, though.
I do like his axe, though. Yeah, just right into it. Armored and undead. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. What would I have that's good against undead? Any elements? Okay, so just getting beat up to crap in water. That's actually not too hard. That's good against demi-humans, but... What other water attacks do you have? Because I found a lot of the... Shell Splitter. We can put Shell Splitter here, and we can put Megasonic Thrust right there. And then probably just put one other martial attack here right at the end. Rising Moon. There we go. That'll be our combo for now. There we go. That's working well. The real question is, can we actually get a stun off on him? Because he's going to look like be a little bit awkward to actually get that done. I say as he immediately gets stunned by someone else. We actually got that. Oh. Alright, buddy, you're being a little bit brave today. Thankfully not too bad, but still a little bit concerning. Although I do see that we have a 4th bar now, so... Now what will that do? Well, I'd say that works. He was surprisingly weak, though.
I feel something again.
Wait, this is an Earth Pulse area?
No, another Earth Pulse point. It must be on this island.
I sense it too.
Huh.
It's very close.
So maybe there's another?
Directly underneath us, I would guess.
Oh, right. So, I guess this is just confirmation that Velvet's one of the Therians. I guess is what they're kind of going along. So yeah, here's my jail cell. Is this where we're going? Because this is where I am.
What is this place?
Welcome to the most secure cell in the entire complex. The darkest hole in Titania. Feel anything, Laphicet?
Yeah, I think this is the Earth Pulse point.
If this cell is where the Earth Pulse point is, then does that mean it housed a Therian?
Yeah, and a real hungry one at that. Every day, they would toss demons into its cell. It would devour its fill, then wipe the blood from its lips. Never once realizing it was delivering to Innominat the malevolence of hundreds of demons and prisoners. And then one day, there appeared before it a female Moloch, who shattered the barrier and freed the Therian from its cage. But the Therian knew no mercy, and it devoured its liberator. And it was then... It was then I obtained the power. The power to avenge my brother.
Velvet, you're a Therian?
This prison island was a feeding ground for the Therian, harnessing the malevolence created by the prisoners within.
But because Velvet escaped, the malevolence went out of control.
Wow, the same darn thing that happened back in Kamawana's village.
Well, that is a bit concerning.
Would never have done such a thing.
That doesn't seem like a good hideout point then, right?
That he used his wife's brother as a human sacrifice? That he imprisoned his wife's sister? Because that's what your damned holy shepherd did! All to get his hands on Innominat's power!
I'm sure he had a reason for...
A reason? To spare the world of its pain? Don't give me that! Who will spare my
I think Velvet is in the right here. I think she has good reason to be this upset.
little brother Laphie? And you'll stand there and tell me it was for the greater good?
Read the room, Eleanor. Please. Like, Velvet's doing her best to just not straight up murder you right now.
That's one less Therian for us to track down.
Velvet.
Although that's concerning that Velvet's a piece of the puzzle. Oh. Well, shit, there goes Kamo. Kamoana.
What? Did Velvet yell at you so hard you're starting to hear voices now?
I have a feeling something's wrong. Kamoana could be in danger.
But we already beat the Headless Knight.
Yeah, but there's still stuff on the island.
I still can't shake this feeling. Please, let's go back and check on them.
Alrighty, time to run back to the entrance and hope the small child is okay. I'm going to assume with the haste... Oh. Whoops. Maybe with a bit of haste. Let's try and save the small child. Because I have a feeling if it is killed, or if she is killed, it probably isn't going to help us very much. Having a Therian that we can kind of just talk to and protect is probably a bit easier than trying to find the new one that we're going to have to take out and chain up and keep on the ship.
So, Velvet is a Therian, is she? I knew there was something off about her.
But it's what she cried out that's really on my mind. Laphicet, is Velvet truly Lord Artorias' younger sister?
She never told me.
If it were true, I suppose it would explain her knowledge of Lord Artorias' training.
If you're so curious, why not ask her yourself? Hey, Velvet, what's your connection to Artorias?
I heard you whispering. It doesn't bother me. Artorias was married to my late sister, Celica. He was our brother-in-law. We lived together for more than 10 years.
That does explain a few things.
So he sacrificed his little brother and turned his sister into a Therian.
But you were his family.
To his view of the grand scheme, family is inconsequential. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Artorias is a fun guy. You probably want him at your parties. and you probably want to make sure he falls down a set of stairs.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get moving.
I'm assuming there are still enemies about, so let's play a bit of a dodging game, just so that way we can actually get the child quicker. Huh. Oh, yep. That just popped into existence. That's not that helpful. Alright, now where do you want us to go? I'm assuming just straight back. Because I don't see any point in them wandering into the prison more.
So it turns out that Velvet is a Therian who consumes malevolence.
And too much malevolence is what changes people into demons. Strong enough malevolence can persist after the person who created it dies, turning their corpse or spirit into a raging monster. That's how undead and phantom demons come about.
Oh.
Demons Velvet killed
I was a little bit curious about that.
She devoured their malevolence.
Yeah, and consequently, they avoided becoming undead or anything like that.
So she saved them. Well, I mean, a corpse is a corpse, of course, of course.
Do you think she could devour only the malevolence and turn a living demon human again?
Unfortunately, that's impossible due to malevolence's
Aww.
self-reinforcing nature.
Well, don't knock it till you try it, Aizen. Like, we could at least try our best to get the malevolence out without killing people.
Of malevolence from the surrounding area and inhibit the creation of new demons.
Oh, there we go.
Any human who builds up enough malevolence to turn into a demon will keep producing malevolence as long as they live.
That's right. To devour any malevolence, I need to cut it off at the source. That's how my powers work.
Velvet, I'm sorry.
I don't mind it. Actually, I find it convenient. This way, I'll never forget my hatred for Artorias.
Plus, as long as you stay
Hi.
away from an Earth Pulse point, you get to keep the power of any malevolence you consume.
Fuel for my hatred, yes.
So it's kind of in her best interest, then, to not worry about eating the rest of the Therians, which would make sense. So it kind of sounds like we're just going to be on a merry band of demon collecting. Also, I was slightly worried about there being demons about, but kind of seems like everything's okay. Oh, right. Never mind, spoke too soon. There's just the hidden ones. And the witch. There we go. Let's see now. What time is it, actually? 11:15? Making good progress, I'd say. This is not where I wanted to go. But there is a chest in here, apparently, so worth at least grabbing while we're here. Because I don't think we're going to have much reason to come back to the prison island. Since we can't really leave the Therians on an Earth Pulse point. I feel like that's a bad idea. The prince might be able to stay here, but don't think we'll be able to stash everyone else there. Now then, where do you want us to go exactly? Oh. Alright, well, easy enough. Oh. I shouldn't get a chat sprite there. Oh, there's the true Headless Horseman. Well, I'm glad we made it back to the entrance in time for this, but, if you wanted the true Headless Horseman, but this is a little bit concerning.
Headless knight and a horse demon.
Because that's a combo pair.
A ton of malevolence. This must be the true survivor of the venomization process.
Oh, I get it! The dying exorcist lady wasn't saying Headless Knight is back. She was going for Headless Knight on horseback.
Whatever the case,
We'll
fight
this fight's going to be a little bit harder. I'm going to assume same shtick. Armored, undead, and fiend. I guess fiend for the horse, but we don't have anything good against the horse anyways. But the resistances have changed. Still martial, though, so I guess let's just make sure we don't have... That's awkward, because that's going to be neutral now. Let's do that. We don't have anything else good against armored, do we? We kind of just have to do that, because Marshall's really the only thing we've got for him. And again, another boss that's pretty heavy on guarding. Oh well. We can get that out of the way at least. There we go. Oh. Alright, sure. This fight's probably just going to end up being a bit of a long one to work through, so I'll probably look over at chat a bit more so during it, because I can't imagine it doing too much special to try and murder us, other than just having a spear, really. But I guess thinking on it, lately I have been trying to keep up with the dailies in some of the games that I have, whether it be the mobile ones or the just MMO-esque ones like Phantasy Star. I know one that I've been trying to keep in mind a bit more lately is D4DJ, just because I do like having rhythm games going on my side, if only because it's a bit easier to actually keep a multitask brain going on through it all. But it does end up becoming a little bit more of a problem overall, just because of the fact that rhythm gaming tends to eat up a good bit of your time, as you do kind of have pre-planned setups for rhythm games. Oh, that's not good. How about you don't attack the mages, good sir? That'd be very much in everyone's interest right now. There we go. But rhythm game is always just nice. I know it's a little bit hard to actively recommend it, if only because of the fact that it is a gacha still, so you do have to roll gacha to get the various characters. Oh. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, buddy, calm down, please. Stunning and paralysis? Is that needed? There we go. Paralysis gone. That's nice, at least. Oh, okay. But I at least find it nice, because I've been trying to follow D4DJ for quite a long time now, but it's been kind of stuck in Japan-only hell for as long as I can remember, really. But it was interesting when we eventually got to see the HoloLive crew start to play it, because it was... I didn't think they would ever really bring it over. Ouch. Really? Getting me down to 1? My dude. Y'all need to calm down. Okay, nope. Okay, he is getting a little bit too specific with his hits. Peach Gel. Can I not Peach Gel myself? Because I have an ailment. Do that, please. Gotta be a little bit careful. Oh. There we go. Really? Being beside him was enough to get the stun off. He can summon ads? That's not what I expected at all. That does give me a route to do that, which is at least nice. Then we'll do that to get a little bit more health. Then hope to God he doesn't do what I think he's doing. Which he kind of was, but that's fine, because we can just do this. Bop, 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 bop. Aww. He was one hit off from that, wasn't he? How about no? We're just gonna eat you. How's that sound, buddy? And... whop. Please? Okay, he's down. It's just his ads that are up. That's awkward. Can they, like, resurrect him, then? There we go. Later, buddy. I do like that halberd, though. It's a nice way to design one. Oh.
That's venomization,
The shield
all right.
stayed.
Definitely stronger than that headless lump of armor.
I beg your pardon?
Not you.
Oh, the shield was alive. Excuse me? Oh, hey, it's the griffin.
No, look! It's absorbing the malevolence. It's a Therian.
Actually, that hawk is Griffin, my one and only friend.
Okay, so we do have the griffin on our
Damn
side.
Therian. So that's what Tabitha meant when she said we'd find out shortly.
But your highness, why do you have a Therian?
It's like I said, Griffin has been my dear friend ever since I was a child.
And then the Abbey transformed it
Even
into a
if he's a
Therian.
now, that hasn't changed.
So you knew you were helping a Therian escape. What are you plotting?
I have no plots or schemes. I just want Griffin to be free.
Sometimes a man just wants to save his bird.
Prince and future king, he's gonna do whatever he likes.
I suppose I am at that. But if I am, it's the first time I've ever been allowed a choice of my own. When you're a prince, you're not a person. You're an institution, one designed to serve the state and its people.
Sounds about right.
Say, for instance, you're doing your law studies and your back suddenly itches. What do?
I mean, I'd scratch it. Who wouldn't?
When I did that, my tutor gave me a whipping so hard the blood ran down my back. The reason being that I prioritized a personal feeling, that is to say my itch, over my studies in service of the state. Seeing
Good.
Griffin lay claim to
We're
the
dealing with
skies,
an actual
let me
reasonable
imagine my
royal
freedom.
of this land.
It was my lone solace over the years. But then, he turned out to be responsive to Innominat's power.
I take it the Midgand royal family is well aware that the Abbey is creating Therians.
Of course. How could we not? The kingdom offers unequivocal support to Shepherd Artorius' vision of reason and will. Even
Artorius'
so,
vision is not of a
one thing
reason.
I could never permit. It was seeing Griffin locked up and unable to fly. Never. I tricked the Exorcist on guard and disabled the barrier. But then Griffin attacked the Exorcist and killed him.
That's why you said
That'll
we never
happen.
go back.
To be fair, Griffin has good
We'll
reason to be
overlook a
pissed.
single dead exorcist, but with a Therian removed, malevolence will engulf the capital.
I knew full well what I was doing. And yet...
Eh, it's fine, Artorius is there.
friend's life be stripped away.
Artorius will keep the town safe, right? He's the shepherd. Nothing can go wrong with the shepherd is protecting its people. Why ever would the shepherd leave its people to die?
That's what Lord Artorius asked me.
My anatomy book says birds can fly because their bones are light and their wing muscles are enormously strong.
Birds fly because a bird that cannot fly is no bird at all. That's what I think.
I also do like this metaphor of the bird freedom argument,
As long as you remain on this island, you may do as you please. But if you
which is
try
at least
escape,
going to be
I'll
interesting.
kill you.
That should work. This way we'll have him on hand if we ever need a hostage.
Understood.
But who's gonna watch over the prince?
Griffin and me stay here.
Well, now that that's taken care of, let's build ourselves a hideout.
Woo! Can we build it? Yes, we can! And we get a lot of actual arts on people. Strike Vey and Dragon Dive. Dragon Dive feels like an Earth Element attack, but we'll kind of have to see. Then a lot of masteries. Just a lot of masteries. +1 maximum BG to characters wearing equipment that has been enhanced. to a combined total of 15 or more times. Okay, well, we can't go above 3 yet, so... Oh, those are the break souls for those two. Okay. Interesting. I'm not really playing them. I kind of like sticking to Velvet throughout Bersaria so far, but... Still a concern.
Hey, Velvet, do you know where Eleanor is?
Now, how exactly are we going to build one here? Or build a hideout here?
But then she left. I'm worried because she looked pretty sad.
Yeah, because Eleanor's going through an existential crisis right now.
Why me?
Because a small innocent child is asking you, Velvet, just go find the priest. Or... Crusader, I guess is the best way to call Eleanor, offhand. Ooh, hey, nice. Artifact unearthed from the Norman archipelago. The tablet is inscribed with 5 crests and is thought to have belonged to a temple. And then, Disciple of the Sail Leper class. Boy, that is not the name you'd want to use, but whatever, we'll take it. Alright, let's see who's around. What do you got, Rokuro?
Hey, Rokuro, have you seen Eleanor?
Probably. I don't know. Bit drunk.
Just try not to go overboard.
But man,
Good old Rokuro.
Screw-ups or what? I mean, we've kidnapped a prince now. They gotta have laws against that. Broke out of prison, flattened Helives, tried to assassinate a shepherd. Hey, how many infractions do you think we're on the hook for?
Pardon me if I don't stop and count. If you don't like it, nobody's forcing you to tag along.
No. I still haven't repaid my debt to you.
You say that, but you really just want to beat Shigude, don't you?
Whoa, to me they're both connected. It's a long story, but I can tell you if you...
I'll pass.
Well, join me for a drink then?
Can't. I'm 19.
Huh. I did not think they were gonna confirm Velvet's age here. I wonder if that was changed at all from the Japanese version. Because 19 is a very specific number to use. Let's see, who else is here?
Huh. A most interesting interpretation.
Laphicet and Grimoire.
What do you make of this part here?
Makes sense.
Well, if you pronounce it Loney Kyle, then it'd mean midriff, which probably isn't right. Maybe Muse Mila?
Well, that would make this passage read, Pornges are nummy.
Okay, yeah, that's not right either.
Gotta love your porridges.
What's wrong, Velvet?
Have you seen Eleanor?
No, I haven't. Sorry, I know I'm supposed to watch her.
Just read somewhere where there's more light. You'll hurt your eyes like this.
Okay.
Age to drunk in Japan is 20, thus 19 makes sense. Okay. Wasn't 100% certain, but... Alright, Eisen, what do you got?
You got any idea where Eleanor is?
No, sorry. I was having a meeting with Benwick and the crew about our search for Ifried.
Are you sure you're okay with putting that off? At this point, the Abbey doesn't have much reason to keep him alive. Wouldn't you rather look for him than Therian?
Although that does kind of put Velvet in a very angry position for a 19-year-old.
I think we need to stir up the
I can't exactly blame her. Like, her story, I think most people would be a little bit upset.
Never fear. I'm still acting out of self-interest. Besides, Ifried won't die so easily.
He's a strong man.
She's a very angry teenager.
Yeah.
She has to deal with way too much stuff.
No matter how choppy the seas.
Where angels fear to tread, as they say.
Probably some of that as well.
Good old Eisen. And then Magilu. I'm assuming you've seen her.
Hey, any idea where Eleanor went?
How should I know? I'm too busy to spare any time worrying about anyone else.
Oh, come on.
Pretty distinctly unoccupied to me right now.
Right. I'm busy being unoccupied.
You're... what?
It's simple. When When you have free time, it means you're busy trying to avoid having any business to do.
You're too weird for this world, Magilou.
Says the woman with the world's blandest personality.
Meaning Magilou is lazy, and that's why we love Magilou.
Things got hairy. So what keeps you here?
I am utterly, completely, totally, wholly devoid of anything else to do. Which is to say I'm...
Bored.
Unoccupied.
Right, now you get it. Besides, I have to stick around to see how our bet turns out, don't I?
Definitely glad at least that... Oh, well, the Toidles are still here, so that's nice. And there are just miscellaneous prisoners here still? Oh no, it's just the pirates. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna do some soul searching. Does it just flat out tell us where she is? Yeah, she's all the way out there. How do I get to that? The first floor? See then. Guess we're going this way. Is the Toidles in a bit more of a safe place? I guess he's kinda is, and he at least serves as a nice shop for our hideout, so that's always nice. Alright, that's going down. I actually don't need to do that. I need to go over this way. I probably should have expected that the people being here probably meant that was the way we were supposed to go, and that's kind of the hint at least, just so you don't have to check the map and kind of break immersion. Let's see here. Grab that. Then up we go, up to the Northern Watchtower, where we kind of just jumped ship and ran. Let's see. Go up. Anon, just as a question, would you be able to pause the PS1 redeems going forward? Just because I know we're on, like, the last half hour of stream. So, it would probably run out in about 15 minutes anyways, but we don't want someone kicking that on at the end.
There you are, Eleanor. Kamoana's worried about you.
I think I can pause it myself as well. If you can't, but figured I may as well ask you.
Can't say no to a crying child.
Indeed. She may be a Therian now, but deep down, she's still a lonely little girl. That's something I've come to realize in traveling with you all.
Might have to do it straight from PC.
Demons and Therians, even the Malakim who'd I'd only thought of as tools.
If you have the moderator tool open, like the moderator window open, if you click on the reward redeems queue, and if you click on that specific redeem, it'll give you the option to pause it. Bit hard. I'm not sure if I can do that from mobile, actually. I haven't really tried that. It's something that I normally have to do from desktop, but...
The coward's path is not that of an exorcist. They may say, I didn't know anything, so I can't be blamed.
Might not be able to do it from mobile.
I can't live like that.
I can always show you with screenshots a bit later as well. Got it? Alright, thank you very much, Non.
I think I'll stay here a little longer to cool my head off. Please tell Kamoana I'm alright.
Don't stay out too long. The sea breeze can get cold.
Thank you.
Don't get the wrong idea. If you got sick or something, Kamoana and Laphicet would worry. That's all.
Boy. Velvet is a very caring person, and even after her turning into a Therian, it's kind of just nice to be able to see her actually be like the supportive big sister, really. His life's been hard for Velvet, but
I have something to say.
The fact that she's still nice through all this is pretty interesting, all things considered.
There's something I've been hiding, until now. I've been acting undercover on a special mission for Lord Artorias.
Okay, she's fine with giving up the goose already.
I was to watch over the Malik Lafiset and bring him to Abbey headquarters. So vital was the mission. I was to do whatever it took, even kill my fellow exorcists.
You were gonna take me to them.
I'm sorry for deceiving you, Lafiset. Originally, I was going to get you to lower your guard, then take you in. However,
Although
I
good
no
sign.
longer intend on following the Abbey's orders.
You're turning your back on Artorias?
No. I still believe in the sincerity of Lord Artorias.
Oh, you shouldn't, Eleanor.
The world he
You really
seeks is
shouldn't.
one that will benefit all humankind. But nevertheless, I simply cannot bring myself to condone the methods he has chosen to achieve that vision. So...
That's not believing in him. That's just believing in his ideals that he's poorly executing.
I will help you protect the Therians. Until I discover the answer I seek.
Eleanor!
But here's the obvious plot hook
To
for
live a
here.
life that I don't have to be ashamed of.
It seemed kinda obvious she was just gonna swap to our side anyways, but... It's nice to get out of the way.
You live by your emotions after all.
Maybe you found your own creed.
Welcome to our wonderful world of wickedness.
Don't equate us. To act in opposition of one's
Aw, look at the shy little princess.
You never make things simple, do you?
You should be glad I don't.
Yeah, after all, she's my vessel.
Aw. Look at the little guy.
Yes, yes.
Also, 45 minutes are up, so let's just go back to default avatar for the last chunk of stream. And turn that off, although you can't see the other half of the screen on that anyway, so that's fine. Good to be back in the not darkened, shadowy body.
So, I think our next order of business is to find ourselves another Therian.
Also,
That's the extent of my insight.
Get that back on for the last little chunk of it.
What if we had Eleanor swipe some intel on them from the Abbey? That could work.
I don't know.
It wouldn't work. Officially, the Abbey still considers her a traitor, so who would leak anything to her?
Yeah. Besides, we can't put Lafiset in danger like that. And anyway, Eleanor's terrible at being a spy.
Ungracious, but accurate.
You know that special underground cell from yesterday? I want to go back there. There's something I want to try out.
Alright, let's go.
Hey, I mean, it's true. I don't think she could lie about anything, realistically. Like, she could avoid the truth, but she can't directly lie. It's just not in her nature.
For spying. I was plotting to take you back to the Abbey.
And I mean, case in point, she already told them about it. It's been like, what, a week?
I think I always knew.
You did?
Call it a hunch. Besides, Velvet was really suspicious of you. Whenever you feel you're doing something wrong, you start to sweat a lot. It seemed odd. Ever since you became a vessel for me. I think Velvet knew too.
That's quite a shock. I failed completely in my role as a spy. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, I think it's...
Poor little Princess Eleanor. Not quite made up to the task.
Well, seems like a better
But she tried.
someone who has an easy time of it.
I'll at least give her that.
I think you're the better person here.
I wouldn't go that far.
And of course, Bienfu's just here to spoil the mood.
I was hoping you'd let me join in!
We're in the middle of something important. Please leave us be for now.
I'll be quiet. Just let me hang around, alright?
Afraid not.
I'm glad Eleanor can kind of just be herself now, as well.
Lafiset, thank you. I hope we can stay friends.
I hope so too, Eleanor.
Aww. Really? We're getting a lot of these out of the way.
Hey, Bienfu, I have a question for you. I know Magilu likes to call herself a witch and all that, but what is she really?
The obvious guess would be that she's an exorcist, but I don't think I ever saw her name in the roster.
That's not surprising. She is indeed a bona fide dark witch. I should know. I saw one night just how scary she could be. enough to keep you awake at night. It was near the crater of a volcano. Above the bubbling magma sat a huge cauldron. Inside the cauldron, a blood-red liquid stickily simmered, boiling in the hellfire heat.
That just sounds like she was making tomato soup.
Splattered onto Miss Magiloo's cheeks, she just cackled and licked it off. And she kept the cauldron boiling for 3 days and 3 nights.
That sounds like a stock, right? Or that.
What?
Oh yes.
Scary about that.
The signs of a real witch by making strawberry jam.
Instead of using sugar, she put in soy sauce, cooking wine, and liquor.
I mean...
Soy sauce and strawberries? Is that normal?
Huh.
I think so, but that contrasted sweetness, sourness, and saltiness actually makes it...
Bianfu, you're not helping your point here, buddy.
Someone like you would understand the appeal. You have to have a refined palate like mine to appreciate.
But yeah, sign of a witch. They make jam.
That. You can boil things in soy sauce and wine to preserve them. When you do it with strawberries, it's called strawberry soup.
That's right!
Actually, strawberry soup has sea urchin and abalone, not strawberries. It's just called that because the sea urchin plumps up like berries. And it's not preserved either.
Really? Well, I had no idea.
Well, Bianfu's learning a lot at the very least.
I wonder if the reason she's never made it for me again is because she realized the mix-up. Now that I think about it, that's not the only thing I like that she made one time. Like
Durian jellies. Balsamic and strawberry is delicious.
I see what's going
I
on.
can't say I've tried it, but I can definitely understand it.
More than once tastes like.
Just because having some contrast to the natural sweetness of those kinds of berries is always just a good thing. But also overall, it just kind of seems better to not have to worry about it too much. Wow, we're getting a lot of these out of the way.
I know this smell.
Yeah, it's Prince Percival's fragrant wood perfume. When I told him
Does
I'd
he
never
get-
smelled it before, he put a little on my sleeve
Aw.
to try it out.
I love the smell of the royal family's perfume.
He just shared his royal perfume that they don't share with the peasants.
Bersaria trees.
He really has stepped down from his throne.
I've noticed that you and Velvet and Magiloo smell nice too. Do you all wear the same perfume?
We do? We don't use that stuff, but maybe you're smelling the soap we use.
Oh, can only the royal family wear fragrant wood?
No. Some fragrances, including the Fandaria scented ones, only the royal family can use, but most don't have any such restriction.
If they all smell so good on humans, why doesn't everyone use them?
You know, I've never...
I don't know. I mean, strawberries are pretty good.
I think that is, Eisen.
You can dip them in balsamic vinegar.
To explain it
You can
right,
dip them in
I'd
chocolate.
The history of bathing in Midgand.
There's a lot you can do with strawberries.
A few hundred years ago, people believed they would.
And I mean, you let us steal your Skittles anyways, Mousy. Why stop us from grabbing your strawberries, too?
Can't believe people would
Is there
use
something you're not telling us?
Why would that even happen?
Well, at the time, a deadly plague was running rampant.
And there's ice cream place nearby that makes a balsamic and strawberry ice cream, and it's super delicious.
Before we had proper plumbing techniques to purify water. People
I can see that working in ice cream, actually.
Sewers like the one we used to sneak through Logres are a fairly recent construction.
Overall, I'd imagine that's kind of... It mellows it out, I'd imagine, but you still get the strawberry flavoring and you get the kind of smoothness from the balsamic. That'd be interesting to try, actually.
Covering up their bad smell with a good one.
Strawberries are precious. Yes, I can't really argue with that point. They're always precious, and you should always make sure to eat them and not let them go to waste. They must be loved for and cared for tenderly. Now, do you pet them and feed them and name them George? Because we always want to make sure to take care of all of our food and make sure they are properly portioned out and not wasted. The sweet and the acid makes a potent combo. Does the acids in the balsamic just kind of intensify the natural sweetness of the strawberries then? I can't say I've actually tried that. I haven't really tried it before, but I'm just trying to think about how the interaction with that really works.
The perfumes once again became the domain of royalty.
I guess that means that fragrant wood share a long and complicated history with plagues.
I wonder if that kind of combo with balsamic would work with any of the other natural sweet flavors. Because if it would work with strawberries, you'd assume it would work with...
So,
What's the other red one I'm thinking of?
Do you like it?
Raspberries?
It smells nice, but I think I like the smell of soap better.
Yeah, raspberries might be a good option for that as well. Why are we... Game. They could have spread these out while we were exploring the dungeon before, right? Like, just having 4 back-to-back. I don't mind them, but I've used it with apples to good effect. Yeah, apples definitely have enough natural sweetness to them that if you intensified them, it would definitely help in the long run. Would you just do that for, like,
If you're worried about how I feel,
fried apples? Or baked apples? If you bake apples with balsamic kind of drizzled over top, would that do it? Because I know baking it tends to intensify the flavor anyways, but if you combo that with balsamic, I'd imagine that would get a little bit silly. I just don't quite remember if the balsamic actually has like a low smoke point or not. I'd have to look into that. Like see balsamic with citrus, oranges might be good too. Yeah. Citrus usually has a good kind of sweet, natural sweetness to it, so I could see that working. Although I'm just unsure if the softer structure of most citrus would, like, interact poorly with the vinegar, but that might be kind of just an experiment overall, really, if you have oranges laying about. Or at least fresher oranges that you don't mind kind of burning one.
We have Molekim like you who could use water arts, though. If anything happens, you can just put it out.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
I guess thinking on it, I haven't had citrus in a while. Hopefully I don't come down with scurvy. I'll have to look into maybe grabbing something for that a bit later, because I do like the taste of citrus, but oranges are a hard thing to keep.
Enemy is going to attack without taking both docks into consideration. That's why we need to build underground tunnels before.
But it is nice.
But we're on an island, you know, surrounded by water. Where would these tunnels even lead to?
Isn't it obvious? We'll dig underneath the sea to another uninhabited island nearby.
But there are no other islands nearby.
If it means getting my tunnels, I'll build an island.
Are you listening to what you're saying?
It sounds like he's daydreaming to me.
Eisen, my boy.
What's wrong with having some dreams? This is a great opportunity we have here. You guys just don't get it.
It's okay. I get where you're coming from. But they'll never understand. You might as well save your breath.
Boy. Okay, only 4. Still, they are nice skits. I will not fault them for that. Earth Pulse direction. Head to the maximum security cell. Gotcha. But there's a combo over here, so we're just gonna grab that first. Who do we want to talk to? Just a random pirate.
To a young man, and he dared me to prove my courage by sailing out to a Class 4 island. Now,
It'll give me a chance to snack on some popcorn.
It ain't fun and games there. I nearly got killed by demons.
You actually stepped foot on a Class 4
That's actually
island?
something that that's a good point that I'd like bringing up, actually.
That looked like spider silk started spreading round.
I'm assuming they're named differently elsewhere, but Terry's chocolate oranges, I really miss those, and I'm kind of sad that they really only sell them during the winter months. Yeah, grapes are a hard thing to keep, so you should probably eat those before they start drying out too much.
Oh no, I wasn't planning on it. I had enough of that place to last me a lifetime.
Not Terry's, they're mine. Oh, hey, cool, we got another Class 4 to go to. We can probably start off the stream next week with that. Just because the Class 4 zones are definitely fun to actually go through. But I guess that's a relatively good question for you, Mousy, since I'm assuming you know what they are. But do you have, like, a specific flavor of those that you enjoy more? Just because I know they come in, like, milk, white, dark. I think there's a caramel version out now as well, which is not really my cup of tea, but that's an option. And I'm assuming there are other flavors too, just it doesn't really come up that much. Oh, right, we're not actually done here, so we can't leave. I think I've only ever had milk. Okay, makes sense. I mainly stick to the dark chocolate ones because, like, they're very light on terms of what is considered dark chocolate. Like, it's only a 60% at most dark chocolate in that same orange formatted style. If you do ever find the dark chocolate ones, I do always recommend it because they're, like, barely dark chocolate. It's mostly just a slightly bitter experience to go along with it, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. So, where does it want me to go here? Probably the basement. Time to go down. And then I'm just going to do this, and then we'll probably wrap up for the night, since it's kind of coming up to midnight anyways. Oh, hello. 2 places to dock at prisons, places likely built as a fort, secure sea lane. If you're hitting a fort, you want a backdoor to escape through if things go sour. Makes sense. Either way, down we go back to Velvet's cell just to see what Lafayette wants to experiment with. And I am glad that we... Why is this filled with water? Huh. I don't remember that being filled with water before. Oh well. Down we go, into the depths of hell. Boop. And we just gotta find Velvet's cell, which I believe is over here again. Chocolate oranges aren't really a thing here in the States, but I have had them. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, because I've brought up the concept of the chocolate oranges before, but it doesn't seem like it's necessarily a huge topic outside of, like, Canada. And I guess since Canada has them, it kind of makes sense that the United Kingdom has them too. But they're always, like, a fun thing for me to get, mainly because they sell out here relatively quickly. So I usually stock up and grab, like, 4 of the milk, 4 of the dark, and that usually lasts me throughout the winter months. Roughly. I think, roughly. It really just depends on what cravings I have at the time. I might eventually have to go out and get more.
We're here. What now?
But I definitely like them. Citrus is always just a nice thing to actually have.
They're where the flow of the Earth pulse,
Wait.
the Earth's natural forces, are concentrated.
Yes.
Right.
What else you got, Lafayette?
And Nominat is using those points to acquire malevolence and reawaken himself. You seem to have a knack for sensing them out. Once you're close enough, you can even pinpoint their location.
Except, I don't have to be close at all. When we came here yesterday, I felt another place. A place just like this.
What?
Are you saying you can use this Earth Pulse point as a conduit to find the others?
I think so.
Aw.
I don't know how far it works, and I can't say if Etherian will be on the other end.
Still, it'll give us something real to go on. Please, give it a try.
Whoa, Lafayette is our living compass. Let's go! And I guess it makes sense, because if all of the Earth pulses are kind of connected together through the planet itself, it kind of makes sense that you could tap into it just to see where the road goes. And with Lafayette's actual focus on compasses, it does make sense.
I felt it. There are dozens of Earth Pulse points scattered around, but I sensed a few big ones that stood out.
So you can even detect their size.
Yeah, at least I think I can.
Lafayette is far too powerful for his own good.
There are 2 more like it, somewhere to the east and the southeast. But I think those are the Warg Forest and the Temple of Palamedes.
Still, that suggests we're more likely to find Therians at the larger Earth Pulse points.
We've got 3 Therians to go. Anything that helps us narrow down
3.
our choices is a boon.
Yeah, you've done great work today.
Oh, right. Because we've got
That's for sure. Thank goodness you're here.
the child, we've got Velvet, we've got the beetle, and we've got the griffin now. So depending on what the last 3 are like, then that's going to be the hard point.
Then let's go Therian hunting. We have an honest-to-goodness lead.
Or dishonest to badness in our case.
Thank you, Magilu. Always nice having you around. And it looks like they're just gonna have a nice time now that we've...
Broke again. Still not good enough.
Alright, buddy, you can do it.
You think it's your swords that are weak? You don't think maybe your body's just stupid tough?
No. If it can't cut me, it's just not good enough. I need stronger materials to make a better sword.
This sounds like a side quest.
I'd love to try orichalcum, but getting that stuff is next to impossible.
Orichalcum. That's the strongest metal in the world, right?
Yeah, I can see why that's hard to actually get.
And seldom at that. I've seen fragments of the metal myself, but I've never even heard of a piece large enough to forge into a weapon.
I heard a rumor that a block of orichalcum was discovered in an ancient ruin some 200 years ago. Unfortunately, the boat...
Also, I'm not sure if you guys are noticing it, but the text is kind of cutting into itself there. That's not me skipping it or anything. That is just the game itself, which is a little bit odd.
That would stir any sailor's heart.
If we knew where to find it, could it be salvaged?
The ship's crew drowned, so nobody knows where she sank. Besides, it's a centuries-old rumor. Who's to say it's even true?
No sense in wishing for what can't be gotten.
I wonder if that's a memory leak within the game, because that would suck.
Even Dial makes a good point sometimes.
Hey, what do you mean even Dial?
Even Dial's getting angry.
Saying like that's just weird, Kamoana.
Even Komoana's getting weird.
Like, let's be real, Kamoan is like, what, 6? 7? She's a really young child. And she just got screwed over quite royally, so her mind's probably not working all too well just yet.
Which way is it?
The closest one is to the west.
Got it.
To the west.
My pleasure.
Woo! Laphicet is our friend, and we get one last expedition, just so that way we can get it started for the next time I actually open the game. Okay, we got a couple things, that's always nice. What else do we need here? I'm assuming we need the actual, yeah.
Scout ship set.
So we kind of have to do that anyways, but considering it's midnight on my side, I'd say that's relatively long enough for my day at the very least. Just because I do have a couple things I'd like to do before going to bed. So, with that, I think I'll wrap up for now. Let's just go back over to the just chatting screen. We can kind of just talk about the last little bit here. Just because I know currently I am kind of cutting the streams down slightly by not necessarily going over the collabs on Sunday anymore, or at least not streaming my perspective. I am still actively doing them with them, but I just don't see a point in necessarily showing my side anymore. But other than that, we do have Shovel Knight tomorrow. I'd imagine we can get through the last chunk of Shovel of Hope tomorrow, because we got through like 2/3 of it last time, so I can't imagine that taking too long for us. Oh boy, would you like to... There we go, that's better. But I'd imagine that won't take too long for us to finish Shovel of Hope tomorrow. And then if we finish it early, then we can start up with Plague Knight. I'm basically just going to be going in the order that the expansions came out. So Shovel Knight, Plague Knight, Spectre Knight, and then King Knight will be the order of playthrough on that case. I never really touched Spectre or King, so that'll at least be a new experience from my side, so that'll be fun. But other than that, tomorrow will be Shovel Knight in the afternoon, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. We'll have the 4-Job Fiesta later in the evening from 9 p.m. till, I'm assuming, midnight-ish? Midnight or 1 a.m. EDT. I'll kind of give a heads up on the Discord on my side just in case of any like delays or anything. But it should be relatively easy to keep up with for the moment. Things are relatively calm, at least from what I know currently. Now then, let's find a friend. Because it's a Friday night, so a lot of people are on. I'll give it that. Let's see here. Who would be a good friend to bug? We could go raid Fanta, because I'm not sure if you guys have been over to Fanta's side all too often, but she is playing Apex, which is definitely a bit different for her. How long has she been going? I swear she's been going since like 5. Oh. No, she's actually only been going for a couple, not even 2 hours yet. Fanta normally goes for a while anyway, so sure, let's go visit the small fox friend. So, we will get raid messages going. And then let's go raid our small fox friend. I have been to Fanta's streams before on my other account, so I don't know if she knows about this one, but Fentacu? There we go. And thank you all very much for joining me. It's always nice to have some friends to hang out with while I'm kind of just chilling and playing games. And it's always nice to have everyone kind of just having a chance to relax in the freezer while we have things going. But I suppose going forward, like I mentioned, we have Shovel Knight tomorrow, as well as the 4-Job Fiesta in the evening. Also noticed Toto is the recent subscriber. I believe they did that on stream last time. And it's definitely a pleasure chilling in here with you all too. So I guess with that in mind, there isn't too much more for me to go over here. If you want to join the Discord, there's the link there, or there's the one on the description on my page. So if you want to join in, by all means, you're welcome to. We can always chat there while I'm doing my evening cleanup, but I'll kick you over to Fanta's channel. Make sure to enjoy the Tangerine Army. I know she's a very lovely person. But I'll kick you over shortly, so again, just want to thank you all for coming. Hopefully you have a great night, and I'll see you